Tag them.
Let's see what we have in the entertainment world. We have some clips to play with this particular story. Jonathan Majors, star of Creed 3 and multiple Marvel projects, denied physically abusing his ex-girlfriend Grace Jabari in his first interview since he was convicted of assault and harassment in December. He sat down with anchor Lindsay Davis in the interview with ABC News and said he was absolutely shocked and afraid when he found out about the verdict. And we have a clip with his reaction. Is that what this one is? It just says Majors won.
Yeah,
All right,
probably.
We'll go with that. Here we go.
I was absolutely shocked and afraid. And I'm standing there, and the verdict comes down. I say, how is that possible? Based off the evidence, based off the prosecution's evidence, let alone our evidence. How is that possible?
We have a clip of him actually in the courtroom when he heard this.
I am so shocked.
Sounded a little different,
Yeah,
but
a
he was
little
emotional at the time.
Sounds like an actor.
But he said it was very difficult and confusing in many ways. His comments come less than a month after he was found guilty of one harassment violation and one misdemeanor assault charge that stemmed from an argument that he had with Jabari. The jury found him not guilty on a second misdemeanor assault charge and an additional aggravated harassment charge. Faces up to a year in jail for the attack with up to 3 years of probation. His sentencing is scheduled for February 6th. In the interview, he denied responsibility for the injuries that Jabari suffered. He also questioned the jury's decision and wondered whether things might have been different if he had chosen to leave his relationship with her sooner. He said, I was reckless with her heart, not with her body. I should have been brave. I should have said, no, this isn't working. And I should have walked away, and I didn't. And he added later, if I leave the relationship, none of this is happening. Now, he also says he's not sure where her injuries came from, and he talks a little bit about that in this clip, I believe.
She says inside the car, you hit her in the face,
Yeah.
twist her arm behind her back, fracture her middle finger.
Yeah, that did not happen.
How did those injuries come about?
I wish to God I knew. That would give clarity. That would give me some type of peace about it.
But you're confident you didn't
I have
cause
no
them.
question.
He had gone on to say, I never hit a woman. My hands have never struck a woman, ever. In response to the interview, Jabari's attorney, Brittany Henderson, said in a statement that Majors isn't taking responsibility for his actions. He intends to appeal the jury's decision and hopes that he can return to Hollywood. He said, I pray I do. He said, but it's God's plan and God's timing. So we shall see.
One thing you can be confident of is that he is a great man, as he's told.
As he has said many times,
I am a great man.
A great, great man. Lisa Bonet and Jason Momoa are officially divorcing. Kind of saw that this was coming.
They have an amicable separation, though. They're still friends.
The Different World actor filed for dissolution of marriage on Friday, listing their third wedding anniversary, October
to see this.
October 7th, 2020, as their first date, as their date of separation. After dating for more than a decade, they got married in 2017. They announced their split on Instagram in 2022, writing in part, we share our family news that we are parting ways in marriage. We share this not because we think it's newsworthy, but so that as we go about our lives, we may do so with dignity and honesty.
Well, they're ringing the dinner bell to let everyone know that they're single.
They shared 2 children together.
Hey!
16-year-old Lola and 15-year-old Nakoa Wolf. So that's it. And
He's super close with her. He's super close with Lenny Kravitz. He's super close with her and the extended family. So it's a positive note.
yeah. Speaking of splits, this was big. Tiger Woods announced yesterday he is ending his longtime partnership with Nike.
Isn't that like a $500 million deal?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Leaving the brand's future in the fast-growing sport in doubt. Now, in a post on his social media, he thanked the iconic brand for their 27-year partnership alongside a photo of himself, his mother, and Nike founder Phil Knight. Nike released its statement. They said for over 27 years, we've had the honor to partner with Tiger Woods, one of the greatest athletes the world has ever seen. Throughout the course of our partnership, we have witnessed, along with the rest of the world, how Tiger not only redefined the sport of golf, but broke barriers for all of sport. We watched him set records, challenge conventional thinking, and inspire generations of people around the globe, and we are grateful to have been a part of it, and we wish him the best in the future.
He's saying that he's going to be throwing his full sponsorship behind this epoxy that can turn a screen door into a boat, Preston.
It actually,
No
it turns
way.
the screen door into a boat now?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Like when he... When he's saying "we doggy," that's a screen door that they spread the epoxy on.
Wow. Speculation has been swirling about a breakup for the past month. There's been a lot of chit-chat about this. Woods had demurred in an interview ahead of last month's PNC Championship. When asked for clarity about the relationship, he responded, "I'm still wearing their product," but he declined to say anything further. The split comes at a pivotal time for Nike. The company's share price has declined some 40% since November 2021. Nike began distancing itself from golf in 2016 when it announced it would stop making golf equipment, but continued to sign major golfers. I held on to a couple of sleeves of golf balls.
Just in case?
Of Nike, with Nike logos, because they're not going to make them anymore.
So who's the big name in golf apparel now?
Oh, dude, there's lots of them.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch. No, not La Tigre. As far as it's Hermes. They've come around. They make a great 3-wood. There's loads of great companies. Callaway, TaylorMade. You can go on and on. Titleist. But PGA Championship winner Jason Day announced last week that he would be leaving Nike for the relative newcomer in sports apparel, Malbon Golf.
There you go.
Not familiar with them. Tiger's most recent agreement with Nike was signed in 2013. That was worth approximately $200 million. I mean, that was just since 2013, so 10 years ago, but he had other multi-$100 million deals that he had signed. So, yeah, he's
still the most profitable
American athlete?
Golf athlete. Right?
Golf athlete. Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, just his endorsements are ridiculous. But, so that relationship's over. Wow.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Okay, so I have some Golden Globe follow-ups, like a few stories that touch on the Globes. So,
Kathy wasn't here yesterday. She wanted to catch up.
Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner shared a little kissy poo at the Golden Globe Awards on Sunday night, adding yet another gallon of gasoline on the rumor mill of their relationship. You want to kiss me?
Yeah.
Wow.
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
They're so cute. They sound older.
USA Today reports on the scene reporters on the scene spotted Jenner stroking Chalamet's chest.
Ooh. I like your chest.
The pair were also caught on camera.
Oh, look, a hair.
Looking deeply into each other's eyes.
So they had a lip reader try to decipher a conversation that Selena Gomez, and they tried to decipher their conversation. Selena Gomez had with Taylor Swift. Selena Gomez had wanted, at least what the lip reader said, was pondering the notion of going over and interrupting Timothy Chalamet's makeout session to ask for a picture with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they were being like little fangirls.
This March had another incident of the couple's canoodling. They have also been photographed at events.
Were they fingering?
Like the U.S. Open, men's final, and Beyonce's birthday concert last year. I don't know if they were fingering or not. But speaking of fangirling, and we have audio of this, Brie Larson, who I love now, especially since Lessons in Chemistry. What a great show. She turned into a super fan at the Golden Globes when she saw on the red carpet Jennifer Lopez behind her. She started freaking out in the middle of an interview with Entertainment Tonight.
I love seeing stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's the way I felt when I first met John Brazier.
Well, I can imagine. He's legend. Precedes him. So this is the clip. She's doing an interview, and then she realizes J-Lo is coming up, and they have this moment.
My dream. I'm living my dream, but
No, I see. Jennifer.
Oh my God.
Jennifer, I know. It's Jennifer Lopez. I know. It's J-Lo.
I can't deal with J-Lo.
Trust me, we all get this way. I even almost
I
cried.
wanted to be an actor. I can't. No, I can't. I'm going to cry.
And
it's very cute.
She said when Jennifer came up and approached her, she said, "You mean so much to me. I'm such a huge fan. I saw Selena, and it made me want to be an actor. And you've always meant so much to me." J-Lo responds, "Oh, my God, don't make me cry," tearing up. And then she does that thing, where the girls do, where they come up and they touch their lower lash to keep a tear from coming out. She said, "Your work ethic is so important. Thank you. I've been wanting to say this to you for a long time." So it's a sweet little moment. She introduced her to her mom and all this stuff.
I'm a big fan of Selena, the movie.
Yeah.
I thought she was fantastic in it. Yeah. And Edward James Olmos was great in it.
So that's a fun little moment that took place. After Pedro Pascal appeared at the Golden Globes on Sunday night wearing a black sling on his right arm, a reporter for the Associated Press asked him, "What happened to you?" The Last of Us actor replied, "I fell." And he said, "Be careful." Exactly. It can happen to anybody. According to BuzzFeed, he also had ouchie painted on his nails that night as well. So I don't know exactly how he fell, what the circumstances were, but he hurt his arm somehow or another.
There are rumors flying around that he is one of the lead considerations for the Fantastic Four.
Okay.
Mr. Fantastic.
The stretchy guy?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't take much to get hurt. I got taken out. I was roller skating in Cape May, and this little 4-year-old girl came up behind me, took my legs out, and my wrist has not been the same since.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Is that your tennis ball throwing wrist?
No.
Thank
Luckily
God.
for, the world record is, I don't think, is in jeopardy.
But you get up in years, like the other 2 weekends ago, I broke a hip farting. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'll do it.
you just get brittle.
There are a lot of things you have to be careful with. So, another story from the Golden Globes, Ayo Edebiri. Or Ayo, is that how you say her name?
I think it's Ayo.
No, her first name.
Oh, Ayo.
It is Ayo, like that. Ayo Edebiri is from The Bear is not interested in seeing her coworker Jeremy Allen White's recent underwear campaign for Calvin Klein. Multiple reporters showed her photos from the campaign during the Golden Globes on Sunday, and during one interview, she winced and looked away, and she's like, I'm happy for him. That's my boy. She said, I do feel like I want people to understand that he's my coworker. During another interview, a reporter brought out a giant print of the photo shoot, and Edebiri put it away. And she said, this is a work function, you know what I mean? So she was a little embarrassed by it.
I love that show so
great.
much. And their relationship in particular is one of the high spots of the series.
I agree.
Because they have a very nurturing, the teacher teaches the student and the student teaches the teacher. It's a wonderful thing.
I agree. And then the last thing from the Golden Globes, according to Hollywood Reporter, significantly more people tuned into the Golden Globes this year than last year. The award ceremony, which moved to CBS after 28 years on NBC, saw a 50% increase in viewership.
May I suggest something as well? I think a lot more people had seen a lot more of the things up for nomination, like Barbie and Oppenheimer. And
that always helps.
They had some heavyweights.
When you got a horse in the race,
it's a little bit more interest.
There's some interest there. Viewership numbers still pale in comparison to pre-pandemic levels, but they are on the way up. And then a side note, pretty fun thing concerning the Globes and the Emmys as well. There were a couple of pictures and videos that surfaced yesterday on social media. One of them was Paul Giamatti, who won a Golden Globe, at an In-N-Out Burger, eating with the Golden Globe sitting on the table at the fast food restaurant.
I love that place.
And
you've been there, right?
Yeah. And then there's a video of Weird Al Yankovic sitting with his Emmy on the table. Was that last year or is that?
I don't know.
I don't know when that was, but it was pretty funny to see them both back to back, and he was in and out as well. Speaking of the Emmys, Deadline reports that Keke Palmer won the Emmy for Outstanding Host for a Game Show for her work NBC's Password on Sunday. So I guess the Weird Al Yankovic thing was this week, making her the first woman in 15 years to do so. The actor took to Instagram to celebrate, and she said, couldn't do it without you, Jimmy Fallon. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be a part of such a classic game show such as Password, she wrote. And she had a picture of herself holding the trophy.
Yeah, Fallon's the producer, is he not?
I believe so.
Yeah.
She said, it's a true honor. I want. I'm excited. Boots, she wrote. Thank you.
Were you a Password fan?
Yeah.
We used to do Assword all the time on the show, but you start to run out of profane words.
Yeah. It's a great game show. And this was wonderful to see this morning. Its official production is underway on the 5th and final season of Stranger Things. The show posted a cast photo on social media Monday morning with a caption that said, this is a code red, Stranger Things 5 has officially begun. And it's like the entire cast hanging out in a room
I
together.
love that. Though it's funny because I saw there was, I know you follow Millie Bobby Brown.
Yes.
There was some sort of tropical picture of her. It's like, it's hard to play a little girl.
I know.
At this point.
She's growing up so quickly. She's just gorgeous. Stranger Things main OG cast includes David Harbour, Noah Schnapp, Winona Ryder, Finn Wolfhard, Millie Bobby Brown, Gaten Matarazzo, Kayla McLaughlin, Natalia Dyer, and Charlie Heaton. Matt and Ross Duffer told Deadline last year the major goal with the final season is to, quote, stick the landing. Matt said characters are already going to be in action. They're already going to have a goal and a drive, and I think that's going to carve out at least a couple hours and make this season feel really different. And I'm sure the wrap-up will be a lot longer. It's going to be a return of the Kingish with like 8 endings, he says. So it's going to be pretty epic.
What I'm happy about is that they didn't dive right into doing break-off shows from this series.
Yeah.
I think they've kept everything sort of intact. Now, I love The Boys, and they managed to pull off a miracle with Gen V, which is fantastic as well. But a lot of times, like with Marvel, when you start splitting that writing pool, stuff starts to suffer.
Yeah.
2 questions about Stranger Things. Do you think they'll bring back Barb? And who from the main cast is not going to make it to the end?
Oh, good question. The Barb thing, I would like to see that happen, but I don't think it will happen. And you think somebody will die.
I think multiple people are going to die.
That's true.
Do you know who I was just thinking about this, Nick, oddly enough? I think Winona Ryder.
Yeah.
I think she might,
possibly.
the mother who would give up everything for her kids.
To protect her kids.
To protect her kids.
They already, we thought they killed off Hopper, so they're not going to go back to that again, probably. I think that's the right call, Steve.
Yeah.
Possibly. So remains to be seen, but production is underway, which is great news. Jacob Elordi will portray Frankenstein's creature in director Guillermo del Toro's upcoming adaptation of the classic tale. He is taking over the role from Andrew Garfield, who had departed the project due to strike-related scheduling conflicts.
He's doing a musical called Boom Boom Frankenstein.
Boom Boom Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I like that. So Elordi joins the previously announced ensemble of Oscar Isaac, who's playing Victor Frankenstein, as well as Mia Goth and Christoph Waltz.
Do you know the original and the source material, which I read years ago, and I kind of have forgotten most of it, but Frankenstein, when he's first unveiled, the creature, quote unquote, looks very human. And in fact, attractive.
Okay.
And starts to degenerate.
Ah, that makes sense.
Right.
That kind of makes sense.
And so that's...
and eventually turned into this gigantic hulking, the movies
the neck,
took it from the beginning. But
that's my understanding, because there was a mini-series years ago. You remember the actor Michael Sarrazin from Cannonball Run? Gumball Rally, I should say.
I'd have
good-looking
to see him.
dude.
I'd have to see him.
Anyway, he played Frankenstein, but in that mini-series, they depicted his flesh is falling apart. Basically.
Did we call that Attractive Frankenstein back in the day?
Well, no, you know who did that?
That was a different one.
Who's Harvey Dent, the actor, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron Eckhart.
Aaron Eckhart.
Yeah.
No kidding. Yeah.
Dude, he is so jacked in this movie. He looks like a Pilates instructor.
All right.
Hot Frankenstein. I remember that movie.
So with Jacob Elordi, it might make sense that he's not this big hulking character at the beginning, and maybe they'll go with that more towards the source material, because it is based on the novel, obviously. Elordi recently played Elvis Presley in Priscilla, also starred alongside Barry Keoghan in the fall's dark comedy Saltburn.
I want to see the comedy.
You liked it, right?
I enjoyed it, and it's just pretty wild. There were So I was watching it by myself. My daughters had come in. I said, "Hey, you guys want to watch Saltburn?" And both of them had the same reaction. I'm like, "No, I don't want to watch that with you." And I was like, "Okay," because I didn't know what I was getting into.
Right.
Oh my God! Thank God they didn't watch that with me, especially for the last 20 minutes of the movie.
You've been going on about how is it very sexual? Is it very violent? Sexual. Do you see peepees?
Sexual. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You see peepees?
You see that and things that they do with that.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't even want to get. I want you guys to watch just watch the last 20 minutes, because honestly, all the way.
Is it good?
It's a good question. I don't know.
It's so bizarre that you want us to watch it.
It is bizarre, and you're like, "What the hell's going on?" And it just takes a little while for you as the viewer for everything to sort of
just cut to the chase,
unfold, and you're like, "Okay, all right, I'm picking
get to the peepees."
Yeah.
Okay, all right. One last story for you guys. 40 years after Purple Rain topped the box office, winning an Oscar for its iconic soundtrack and solidifying Prince's status as the high priest of pop, a new stage adaptation of the film classic is in the works. I think this is a good idea.
Now, if you're going to cast that and you could get your dream actor or person to play Prince, I'm thinking Bruno Mars.
You read my mind.
Yeah.
Bruno Mars,
You read
right?
my mind. Yep, absolutely. Based on the original screenplay by Albert Magnoli and William Blinn, the stage version will feature a book by Brandon Jacob Jenkins, a two-time Pulitzer Prize finalist who is currently taking Broadway by storm with the critically heralded Appropriate. Additional production details and timing will be announced in the coming months. For the few who have not seen Purple Rain, the film centers around the kid, an aspiring rocker in the Minneapolis club scene as he contends with a complicated home life, musical rivals, and a new romance. Released in 1984 by Warner Brothers, the film was directed by Magnoli and marked Prince's film debut, and he'd go on to appear in movies like Graffiti Bridge and Under the Cherry Moon. Those films didn't match the success of Purple Rain, which grossed nearly $100 million.
Who's Apollonia? Ellen?
No. Apollonia is the character's name, right?
I believe so, right?
The actress's name.
Yeah.
It
So
wasn't
who plays
Vanity, was it? Who was that?
No, Vanity was in the
I
last-
always got Apollonia and Vanity Six mixed up with each other because their music was very similar, both very attractive women.
Both bands put together by Prince.
And put together by Prince, and they also had moderate success.
Yeah.
You know, so I've forgotten.
I've never seen Purple Rain. Do you think? I mean, obviously, it's going to have a.
I think it's a.
Is it going to hold? Does it hold up?
Listen, it's certainly of a time,
Yeah.
but you cannot argue with the music, Prince's charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to guess, Case, it probably won't fully hold up, but if you're open, at the time, I remember the first time I saw that movie, I was like, I liked Prince.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big Prince fan. And then I saw that movie, and I'm like, this is really good. And then I fell in love with the music after that.
And the movie has there's a whole mental health thing that's involved with it, and his mental health, and it's actually deeper than you would think.
Yep. All right, we're ready to play the clips. Wilson Fisk is being referred to as the Thanos of the MCU's street-level projects, and Vincent D'Onofrio is fully on board. In this clip, Vincent talks about what he wanted to bring to the character for the new series, Echo.
I wanted there to be an emotional life first. I wanted to remind people, if they had seen Daredevil, the original Daredevil, that he can care for people in a real way. And if they didn't see Daredevil before, that this character can care for people in a certain way. Without that, I don't think he's as scary or as interesting.
Rag 'em. All 5 episodes of Echo are streaming today on Hulu and Disney+.
So did you hear the latest? Because I love the Netflix Daredevil series. I love that whole world that they created. Phenomenal television. He was sensational as Fisk. Initially, Marvel had been saying that the Netflix version of Daredevil was not canon. Now they're saying they've changed their minds. They're saying that is canon.
Okay.
So, for example, with Echo has a mature rating on it because of the aggressive fighting in the series.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to hear they're going to go a little bit more hardcore because you saw Daredevil season 1, did you not?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for
fantastic.
God's sake.
I didn't watch the second season. For some reason, I fell back on that, but I really enjoyed it. And, they had him, the actor who played Daredevil, in one of the Spider-Man movies.
Right, yes.
So that he's got to, it all ties in together.
This.
He's in this.
He's in Echo, yeah. And he was at the end of the last one, too.
And She-Hulk.
That's it.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so next clip. Here we go. Tina Fey cast Jenna Fisher as Mrs. Heron in the new Mean Girls for a couple of reasons. She looks very much like the actress playing Katie. She has the smarts and comedic timing of Anna Gasteyer, and a third, slightly selfish motive that she describes here.
I thought, who are the only living actors that my own children care about? And that is anyone affiliated with The Office. I did think, if I could get Jenna Fisher, my children will finally respect me. And thankfully, Jenna wanted to do it.
Mean Girls hits theaters this Friday, by the way.
I must have watched 80 episodes of The Office. They had a marathon over the time we were, for the holidays. And once you start watching one, it just bleeds right into the other. So it was terrific.
Nice.
Great series.
All right. Well, we have a lot going on today. Number one, Tattoo Tuesday, text word tattoo to 39333 if you're interested in winning a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. We'd love to set you up with that. In fact, we're going to keep setting you up with some stuff because we have a chance for you on a trip to join us at spring training in Clearwater. We're going to do our Clearwater word of the day. That's coming up with the bizarre file, and we try to hit that around 8-ish. So that is coming up. Scott Lawton of the Flyers is going to be checking in this morning. We have a number of other guests that are going to be on the program, too. I'm looking out the window.
What are you thinking?
And we want Casey to attempt this world attempt, really, is what it is, at throwing a tennis ball onto the roof of our building. It's a 6-story building here at One Bala Plaza. Do you think we'll have enough light?
No. That's the question. Now, we have these horrible tinted windows, so I don't know if they are contorting what we're seeing exactly. I think it might be a little too dark right now.
I think it's dark. I think once you get out there, though, I think it'll be all right. Case it's whether or not the video will be able to pick it up.
Yeah, and the storm coming in, like we're not really getting any sun out there.
Well, maybe we don't start the break with me out there, but we finished with me out there.
Maybe
finish strong. Yeah,
I think by the time we take a break, a commercial break, and play a song, it might be okay.
Well, because
we'll see.
There's actually sunlight cresting the horizon.
Yeah, and that's all we're going to get because it's going to be nothing but clouds once it gets past that little horizon break there. So
we've got a world record to break.
We got to consider these things. There's some environmental concerns here, so we'll figure it out. All right, let's take a break, and either way, when we come back, I think we're going to try this at some point. So we'll return shortly with that. Stay with us, my friend. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow. There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip. I mean, it's not technically
like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
this is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
it's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is actually bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee. And the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it's just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, It's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company? So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. That's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, "I want to do a movie with you."
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, "All right, you got to do one movie." He's like, "I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine." And he goes, "How would you tell that?" And I go, "I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know." I said, "My biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, 'Just tell The Machine,' and it'll be the Russian mafia." And he lit up and he goes, "Say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie." And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys,
and then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, "Well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie," and I was like, "He's thinking about colors?" And they're like, "Yeah, he's a director, you moron."
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, "Dude, Mark Hamill's your dad?" And then and then I went on the news. And my news
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. So, just a heads up, around 8-ish, we are going to reveal the word for the spring training trip that we're giving away. It's the Clearwater word. And we will then direct you to go to WMMR.com and enter that, and you'll have a chance to go along with us, possibly, to Clearwater for this very cool live broadcast that we're doing. And actually, 2 shows that we will be doing in Clearwater. One on Thursday, the 14th. Of March, and then that's at the ballpark, and then the next day we're going to be at this club called Coco's.
Yes.
We're going to be doing a live broadcast that Friday morning. Then after that, we're going to have a little lunchtime happy hour thing.
I'm so looking forward to this. We had such a great time last time. This morning, though, by 8 o'clock when we do that, should we anticipate that Casey will be doing cut-ins with the Today Show and GMA?
Possibly for the world record attempt of throwing a tennis ball onto the roof of One Bell Plaza. By the way, you can buy trips to Clearwater through phillysportstrips.com. There are a few spots that are available. If you'd like to go, check that out. While you're kicking around your travel plans, TripAdvisor's Traveler's Choice Awards for destinations has been revealed. So they have taken the information that they receive from everybody that writes reviews and all of that on TripAdvisor, and they've come up with the most popular destinations in the world for travel. And for the 3rd year running, number 1 on the list in the world is Dubai.
Dubai.
Yes.
Isn't that why? So actually, Dubai is kind of on my radar now. I've seen a number of things that suggest it might be kind of cool to go check it out.
Yeah.
I was watching a special they had about all of the amenities and all the new innovations and things that are there. And something that I thought that blew me away, I think they have the deepest indoor diving tank in the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
And so, like, they have, like, different rooms, and they actually have, like, an active for divers to use an arcade at a certain level. Now, you can go up and down and see everything that's going on. But, I mean, they have, like, crazy over-the-top sort of stuff like
Indoor
that.
skiing, stuff like that.
And what's interesting is that the people of Dubai usually don't travel, but the people of Abu Dhabi do.
It's true.
Yeah.
I have a question, though, and I don't know much personally, culturally, about that part of the world. I know here and there some things, but how oppressive is it for as far as things like alcohol and so on?
I think it's so oppressive.
Dubai.
Yeah, I think it's so oppressive that I wouldn't go. I think I think they're socially oppressive.
Well, it's
my brother-in-law lives there, so there's a lot that you have to be careful of. As long as you don't get yourself in trouble, you're okay. But if you get yourself in trouble,
What
you're not okay.
constitutes
It's not gonna
getting
be
yourself in
okay.
trouble?
That's the question.
Anything like so
Is liquor, for example? I assume that they cannot be having all these people traveling in tourism-wide from around the world and not offering like alcohol and things of that nature.
Right, of course. So here's a story that he told me. He has a client. He's a trainer. He has a client who's gay, and the guy cannot let anybody know that he's gay. Now he knows. But he is not from there. He just lives there. But like that is hidden, and he does not want anybody.
So
they're
to
that
know
restrictive.
Yeah.
All right, then I don't want to go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So last year, when the World Cup was in Qatar or Qatar, however you would choose to pronounce it, a lot of people stayed in Dubai because they could party, they could have more fun in Dubai, and then they would go see the games in Qatar, which is not that far away.
Okay.
But Qatar is much more restrictive than is Dubai.
Okay.
Dubai does cater to a lot of international tourists. And
Right.
in order to do so, you need to allow alcohol and some
To be
some
honest,
fun.
because of that reputation of catering to international tourism, I thought they would be a lot more open. The way Hong Kong, drops a lot of the restrictions of the Chinese.
They're more open than Qatar.
Right.
They're more open than probably most places in Saudi Arabia.
Right, yeah.
They're not as open as, say, New Orleans.
Right. Yep.
Okay, right. So the winners
But
for
the gumbo's great.
for the 2024 awards. Ooh, that Dubai gumbo.
Dubai gumbo.
The winners of the 2024 awards were identified based on the quality and quantity of reviews and ratings specific to several award subcategories from travelers on TripAdvisor for accommodations, restaurants, and other things to do in destinations worldwide over the 12 months between October 2022 and September 2022.
Do you trust TripAdvisor? Will you look at TripAdvisor? I know.
Yeah.
I think you kind of do what I do too, which is I'll take a glance at it, but I'm more inclined to go look at YouTube videos from people who have gone to where I'm going to see a real user's perspective as opposed to, because people are going to flood TripAdvisor.
Well, what I'll do with I go through TripAdvisor from time to time, just get a basic lay of the land, and then if I want to go a little more deeper, Steve, like I'm planning a trip with my son and
Best Middle Eastern gumbo.
So I went on YouTube to look at the specific hotels that I want to stay at, because people do quick hotel room tours.
I check them out all the time
on
yes.
YouTube, and
yeah.
I'm like, okay, that looks better. That looks as good as what the website is showing me.
Mm-hmm.
So so I definitely do that.
But you do take their reviews into consideration, a percentage.
Yeah. TripAdvisor says of a third-time winner Dubai, it says everything feels extra spectacular in Dubai, from the ultra-modern Burj Khalifa to the souks and malls filled with gold and jewelry vendors. It is a place where if you can dream it, you can do it, whether that means skiing indoors, dune surfing in the desert, or zip lining above the city.
Or being with the person you love.
Yeah, right. London retains its crown as Europe's #1, as well as its third-place position in the global ranking, trailing behind second place Bali, Indonesia. We had that trip to London. I fell in love with London. I had no idea I was going to like it as much as I did.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been a couple times.
I would love to go back there.
And you can be free to play a road cone.
If you want to, as we found in Leicester Square, you want to play a road cone, you can play a road cone. The rest of the Global 5 is made up of Hanoi in Vietnam, which came in 4th.
Well, then who's in the Jackson 5?
That's Michael and Tito and, all the rest of those guys.
Jackie
Jermaine and Jackie and
Your Majesty.
And that was his kid, right?
Yeah,
Your
and his other kid is
Majesty.
Jer Dubai.
And Marlin. We can't forget about Marlin Jackson.
And Grouper and other stuff.
Grouper. Rome was 5th.
My daughter was just there.
And Rochelle just went there last year and had a great time.
Yeah.
Did Casey enjoy it?
She had the time of her life.
Of the European countries, my wife travels, a fair amount, loves it, and I'm less a nomadic traveler.
Yeah.
But Italy, she adores Italy.
Yeah.
So that's the top 5 over.
So I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It goes the rest of European top 10 ranking. So it's London, then Rome, then Paris, then Crete, which is 4th. Istanbul is 5th. Barcelona is 6th.
Yes.
Madrid 7th. Lisbon is 8th. Amsterdam 9th, and Florence 10th.
I've heard Portugal is fantastic. I really, really want to get there, and I want to get to the Azores, which are off the coast of Western Africa, I guess technically part of Portugal, but yeah, there's so many. It's a big world, man. There's a lot to see.
What's interesting about Portugal, Nick, is that the people of Portugal tend to stay local and don't like to travel, and the people of Abu Dhabi,
they do.
Yeah. I thought you were going to go Portuguese, but
yeah, that would have been a little bit more linear.
I just couldn't figure out a travel angle to that.
My buddy lived in Portugal for a while, and he was just kind of backpacking through Europe. He ended up in some little fishing town in Portugal. And that's where he lived. He ended up working on a fishing boat, and
my sister-in-law is Portuguese, and anytime I've met people from Portugal who have Portuguese ancestry, the nicest people.
Okay,
like very familial and very cool and very welcoming.
My sociology professor was from Portugal. I love that guy. I don't even remember what his name was, but every single class he would come in, he had this deep ass voice. He would go, "Any questions, comments?" And then he would grin. He would go, "Observations."
I go back and forth on international travel when it comes to non-English speaking countries, just because of the ease of being able to get around and communicate. Unless I have someone who I know who can speak the language or who's from there, I'd feel more comfortable.
Would you be more inclined to do international travel if you could stay domestically?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I was looking into doing the French Alps last year, Preston, and probably fly in and out of Paris. You can fly to Zurich. Anyway, international flights last year were so unbelievably expensive, I had to turn the entire trip down.
That sucks.
Yeah, it is. And
there were some bargains for a while.
Yeah, and I really want to get back to Switzerland. I was there nearly 30 years ago, and it's just unbelievably beautiful, and I want to tour the French Alps and all that kind of stuff. But just the getting there portion of it is sometimes prohibitively expensive.
Oh, yeah. Big time, actually.
I'd love to go to, because I think you can catch flights out of the Philadelphia airport to Newark, New Jersey.
You can.
Yeah.
Actually, Newark flights are almost always cheaper. You can fly direct from Newark to
I believe it.
A lot of European hubs. You can fly direct from Newark to Hawaii, too.
Yeah.
So I would look into that.
Yeah.
You can fly direct from Newark to Tampa. I learned that last week, too.
We did. Speaking of the U.S., if you would rather stay domestically and travel, I have the top, I think, 25 destinations, according to TripAdvisor in the United States.
Now, whereas Bill Weston never wanted you to do 10 because it seems desperate, Chuck D'Amico encourages you to do the full 25.
25, yeah. I don't know if I'll get through this entire list, but these are the U.S. Destinations, tops on TripAdvisor. So number 1 is New York.
Yeah.
Going to New York City.
I was just there last week or on the 29th of December. It was the nicest day in New York that I've experienced in a very, very long time. Every time I've gone there, not every time. Most of the times I go there, I'm like, this place is an absolute pit.
Believe it or not, I was born in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And and lived a lot of my life there. I don't really have the urge to go back. It becomes more annoying when I go back, I find, unless I have a really good driving reason. Yeah. It's been maybe over 10 years since I've been to New York.
I haven't seen
even longer.
Freedom Tower.
Yeah,
not even from a distance.
Yes, from a distance, I did see it, but I have not been in Manhattan and
What about
pre 2000?
2001.
2001. Yeah.
So you haven't seen the memorial, the 9/11 memorial?
No, it's been that long.
It's very moving.
Man.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And it's right there. I mean, it's just a couple hours drive.
It's an easy train ride, too.
Yeah.
Do you feel that if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere?
I think so.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, it is up to you.
It is, yeah. I mean, AMA number 1, top of the heap.
He repeats that lyric, doesn't he?
Yes.
In the song?
Yeah, over
I
and
think
over.
so.
It's like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
I'm taking my son up there next month because he's interested in 2 New York schools, Columbia and NYU, and so we're going to get the full tour. And hopefully we'll get some nice weather. I mean, Steve, like, it's the center of the universe, and they know that it's the center of the universe, and
they act like
and they act like
Yeah.
that. But there are benefits to being the center of the universe. It's not for me. But
Listen, there you can't. I have had some wonderful experiences there. For me, Nick, the constant thing that kills it is the traffic and the tunnels and the bridges and the nightmare
And the people
and the stench and the piss and the hobos and the whores and the rats and the disease and the anger and the people and the pissing and the crapping.
But listen, if you are looking for any kind of adventure, you can pretty much find. I mean, if you're a restaurant, theater, into that stuff, that's your place.
I submit to you, and this is my thing. I've said to people over the years who people come down from New York, I say, what I love about Philadelphia is that, yes, maybe you have half of what you can get in New York, but you can get to it, and you can use it and enjoy it. Yeah. So for me, for my money, for my buck, Philadelphia.
By the way, Philly's not in the top 25 on this.
Suck it.
I was a little bummed out to see that because there are some places on here where you're like, really? Compared to Philly? Forget it. All right, let me go through a couple of those. Number 2 is Oahu, Hawaii. There's a few Hawaii locations on here. No, it's
beautiful.
Yeah. Kyle lived there for a while when he was in the Air Force. Yeah.
He's a Don Ho's son.
I did not know that. Number
Kyle Ho.
Number 3, well, that we know.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Vegas.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I was just there.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, God. I went to the airport early. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of that place.
How long ago was this?
This was probably 15 years ago.
Okay.
But you also, did you fly into it? Because you did the Arizona thing. Did you fly to Vegas or Phoenix?
No, I stayed. I went out of my way to not go to Vegas last summer. No, I didn't. But no, I hated it. I wanted to get out of there, and it was not for me.
All right. I'd like to go. I haven't been since we went there when I was a kid. Our family did.
Oh,
It was
really?
a stupid place to take your kid.
You
Vegas.
haven't been there as an adult.
Yeah, I haven't been there as an adult.
I will tell you this, 2 to 3 days, especially, and you pick your hotel and obviously make it, there's enough to do that makes it fun. But when you hit that 3-day mark, you want to get out like nobody's business.
There's just too much around Vegas that I like to even spend any time in Vegas.
I think I'd like to go and not gamble at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd like to go and just do all the other things.
I didn't, Preston. I didn't do that. I mean, yes, of course you have to go to the Strip and you have to see some of that.
Sure.
And I did see a show. The show was amazing, but I did all of it. I didn't stay there. I had a friend who had a condo, so I kind of stayed where all the people live and
Did
not
you take
there.
in the Chicken Ranch?
But I still hated it.
Bunny Ranch.
The Bunny Ranch. Chicken Ranch was in the movie. Somebody got married there, if you remember correctly.
Yeah, I've actually been to Vegas twice this year for that and the We Were Young Festival. And it is possible to go to Vegas and to never go to the Strip because that's what we did both times we were there. And it was great. But still, it holds 2 to 3 days tops.
Yeah,
that's
2
all
to
you
3
need.
days.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, and you're done.
All right. Vegas is third on this list is TripAdvisor's top places to travel in the world. In the United States, though, number 5 on the list is Miami. I've never had a desire to go to Miami. I've been to a ton of places in Florida.
Why'd you skip New Orleans?
Some reason I've never. Oh, I'm sorry. Number 4. You're right, Casey. Number 4 is New Orleans.
Well, because you prefer Dubai gumbo.
I didn't see that.
I've never been to New Orleans. I don't have any desire to go there.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, but it's also exhausting.
I agree.
So 4 days in New Orleans is really cool. Casey, we did a swamp tour. That was where the guy called over the gators.
Yeah, get up.
I've been twice. I went for a jazz fest one year and went for the Arena Bowl with the Philadelphia Soul one year. And it's really fun. Tulane's a really beautiful campus.
So I used to go down there when I was doing college, just doing stand-up comedy. And it's a historical city.
Yeah,
it's an amazing city. There's so much there to recommend it.
Wow.
But honestly, there's parts where you're like, I'm not too into this.
Well, we had Pete Lee on Friday, and he said that for his wedding that they put on $500. You can have your own parade.
Right.
When he said that, I was like, well, that would kind of be cool.
Yeah. And Jazz Fest was a lot of fun. There was so much music and so many different things to choose from. So I really enjoyed that. The next time I go down there, what I want to do is fly to Tallahassee, drive the Gulf Coast, and then fly home from New Orleans. Because I've never spent any time along the Gulf Coast. I haven't been to Alabama yet. It's one of the 6 states that I haven't made it to. So I figure I can knock that off, go through Mobile, and then go to New Orleans and fly back.
The food and music.
Yeah,
it's great. It's pretty cool. But I haven't been there in ages, and that's one that's I'm like maybe I should circle back around and do that one again.
Yeah,
we'll see. All right, then number 5 on the list is Miami.
That was another one.
Disappointing?
Not disappointing. I went, and I don't ever need to go back.
Okay.
That was also, both of the occasions were bachelorette parties. I was in Vegas for a bachelorette, and I was in Miami, again, probably 15 years ago.
So years ago, and I'm talking years ago, when I was a kid, we used to go fairly often down to Florida, and Miami was always great. And they had the Fontainebleau Hotel, and I was amazed because even though it was so hot outside, they had an ice rink, and inside, and it was an amazing thing. And then it fell into sort of disrepair. And now people say it's on the upswing again, that it's actually cool to go to Miami. But I don't know anyone who's been recently.
Number 6 is Maui, Hawaii. They're rebuilding. Obviously, after Lahaina caught on fire, which is insane. Then you have Nashville, Tennessee. Kathy had a great time there.
That I also went to a bachelorette party, and I
What the guy say to you?
I'd go back there anytime. That was amazing. I loved it there. The
Hey,
guys,
girl.
No. What did he whisper in my ear? And I yelled. I got scared. And
I want you.
Then he ran away. I want you, girl. I want you, girl.
Oh my gosh.
I want to kiss you.
I want you, girl.
So that's number 7. Number 8 is Charleston, South Carolina. No. Oh, yeah, that's doing the Charleston dance.
Everyone loves traveling to Charleston, South Carolina.
I want to go there. I've heard that it's great.
Kathy wants to go here.
I'm hoping to be there in a couple of months.
Casey's hoping to be there in a couple of months. Nick, do you have anything to put in?
I've never been to, I've only driven through South Carolina. I would really like to get to Savannah and see parts of the coast of South Carolina, but I did 95 South and went through South Carolina that way.
I lived in South Carolina as a kid and never made it to Charleston. We were like middle of the state.
Do you have any fond memories of it?
Of South Carolina?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was a kid, so it was very rural, and there was a lot to do of like riding motorcycles and stuff like that. So I had a great time.
But where Bubba lived?
That was where Bubba lived. And but now I look back and see some not so nice things about what was going on in South Carolina.
What about like Hilton Head, though? Wouldn't you want to go there for golf?
Myrtle Beach, we went there. That's where we would go as a kid.
Okay.
And I'd like to go back to Myrtle is considered, they got have a gazillion golf courses.
I've heard Kiowa Island is supposed to be really nice as well.
My friend goes to Kiowa every year for Thanksgiving, and he does it up big time and says it's amazing, and he's invited me to go, and I definitely want to check that out. It's its own island.
Yeah. This is the more well-off friend who's
yes. But Kiowa's they've got a championship golf course and all this great stuff there. So yeah, it's something.
Do you have a Five Guys?
I don't. You know what? I don't know.
I bet you they do.
All right, number 9 on this list is Chicago. Illinois. And
Chicago!
I'm working on planning a trip there right now.
Nice.
I had such a great time when we went there for the Radio Hall of Fame.
Yes, we are a Radio Hall of Fame show, believe it or not. And I'd forgotten how awesome that city is.
Yeah. When are we going?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
No, for our spring break.
Ooh.
Coming up. And which is, the weather's not going to be great. It's still going to be kind of cool, but
the Windy City.
I'm thinking about going.
What I really wanted to do
City of Lights.
The last time we were there, I really wanted to do a movie tour.
Yes.
I wanted to go see where Ferris Bueller and the Breakfast Club. And,
the John Hughes.
Yeah, the John. In fact, there are a number of those.
I know.
Yeah, the pre-established John Hughes tours.
Yeah, and they also do like the Blues Brothers tours and
the
stuff
trolley
like that.
cars.
No, that's San Francisco.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, Tony. That's the wrong city.
Do they have poop though, Preston?
But the skyline is what does it for me. The buildings are just beautiful.
We had dinner in the Hancock Tower.
We did.
That trip, and man, that was so cool. Although it was foggy and rainy when we were up there, so you couldn't see a damn thing.
Yeah.
But it was still neat going up.
Except for when we were leaving. I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
I looked out the window and I'm like,
there
Dear God! I'm like, we're up really high. I had no idea.
Well, we went the night before you guys did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, still, it's really cool. I'd like to get back up at the Willis Tower, and check that out.
The whole different strokes.
Yeah,
that's right.
I want to go to the Willis Tower.
Yeah.
All right,
Garrett.
I'll just do. Well, I think we'll wrap up the top 10, and I think we need to go throw a ball.
We do. Is that right?
Should I leave?
Yeah.
You should probably head out there now.
So just so you know, this little red button here, that's what we need for the.
Okay, got it. And are you going to be calling the Xfinity Mobile guest line?
No, we'll be on the Xfinity Mobile Zoom line.
Zoom line. Okay. And then number 10 on this list is Key West, Florida.
Man,
of most desirable places in the United States to travel.
Last time I went there, I was so disappointed.
Oh,
and,
really?
I've been a lot over the years. My son's middle name is Duval, named in part after Duval Street, and I met my ex-wife in Key West. It has gotten so developed. It's like a T-shirt paradise at this point. Like,
oh, really?
There's a ton of cruise ship people that come in and out. It's
too much?
Way too much, Steve. It like kind of turned. There's like a bit of like Disneyfication of the place.
You know,
and
I remember
a lot of the charm from like the Buffett days and then from like the lower Keys has disappeared, and it's a shame because I really loved Key West.
I really like Key West. I've always liked Key West. You know, of all the places in Florida, it was one of my favorites. But what I always remember, every time I've gone, I've found it oppressively humid.
That too.
Oppressively humid.
Yeah.
Like, and I can handle a lot. But I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is horrible.
There's three.
Where's my gumbo?
There's 3 national parks in southern Florida. The Everglades, Biscayne National Park, which is just south of Miami, and then the Dry Tortugas, which is off the coast of Key West, and you can camp out there. So I want to get back to explore that a little bit. But honestly, like, just for my 2 cents, you can skip Key West at this point.
I've stayed at 2 different places in the Keys. Never went to Key West. We stayed in Key Largo, and then we stayed in Duck Key.
Yes, Duck Key is really nice.
And enjoyed both of those, but we never made it all the way down to
Key and Peele.
To Key and Peele and Key West. No, but a lot of divers go to the Keys.
Yes, very much
it's
so.
one of the premier spots in the United States to go diving.
There's a lot of wrecks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of reefs. Wrecks. Actually, the wreck capital is off of North Carolina.
Oh, cool.
Loads of wreck diving up that way. All right. Also on this list, and we'll keep going until Casey's ready to
break a world record.
Break his world record and throw a ball on the roof here of our building. Kauai, Florida. Kauai, Florida.
No.
This is Kauai,
Everywhere
Florida.
in Hawaii is on there.
Agreed.
It's okay.
We went to
Just say Hawaii.
The
Las
Hawaii,
Vegas, Iceland.
Hawaiian trip I took with the family. We stayed a few days on Kauai, and it was just stunning. I mean, we don't really need to expand too much. How great Hawaii is. Number 12 on this list is San Francisco. That's a great spot that I haven't been to in a long time, and it's a beautiful city. Beautiful. Well, I mean, it's filled with poop, but
absolutely tons of poop.
It's a beautiful city.
And Charlie Carson's rice-a-roni.
This is
love that rice-a-roni.
TripAdvisor's
San Francisco treat.
Traveler's Choice Awards destination. So right after San Francisco is another place right around the corner from us, Washington, D.C., as far as destinations.
I do dig D.C.
There's a lot to do there.
When we went down, I had not been down to that developed area.
Much better, right?
Much better.
Yeah, this is when we went for the
award for the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
It was the NAB was presenting it.
Is that near like the National Stadium in Southwest?
Nick, it's right on the water.
Wasn't near the stadium.
Anacostia?
I don't remember the name of it, but it was a Service to America award that we won.
Right.
And it's beautiful. And it's a lot of outdoor areas for pedestrian and not just tourists.
Very reminiscent of the Baltimore waterfront when it was actually well done.
Yeah, it's a great walking city. It's also a really good train ride. It's an easy train ride, and are you laughing about what's happening outside?
We're catching video, and Nick, just the look on Casey's face as he's trying to assess. I think he's shaking his head.
Okay.
No.
It's not gonna
so hold on a second. I'll wrap this up. Washington, D.C. is number 13 on this list. All right, we should now go live. Yes, we are watching a live video feed of Casey at the base of our building, and he was looking up at this monster he's about to face and considering throwing a tennis ball, and he just looked at our camera, and he shook his head no. So let's but you know what? I think if he digs down deep,
pulls from within,
maybe he can muster the strength and courage to make this feat possible. He wants to throw a tennis ball onto the top of a 6-story building. So, Case, can you hear us down there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I have a question. Before you decided to take this on, had you walked down to the base of the building and taken a good look at it?
Oh, no. No. This is all just based on my my recollection and my memory of the height of this building for the last, 18 plus years.
Yeah.
My memory, I should have learned to never trust because this is way higher than I don't even know. I don't know how. I got to warm my arm up.
You were warming up in the hallway.
Yeah.
I tell you what. I got to warm it up again.
So here's the thing. If you were to stand obviously directly up closer to the wall and try to throw vertically, that would be impossible. But if you get back a little bit, how high up on the building? Because Casey's on the side of the building where there's really not a lot of windows. It's just, the wall, but you can still see the floor markings.
Yeah.
How high up? Try to throw just without throwing out your arm. We want to save that for the real deal.
A nice easy toss.
Yeah, easy toss. See how many floors
nice
up
easy
you can
toss.
Get. Yeah.
This is just a nice and I'm going to move up a little bit closer, right? Because we're just really going for height here and not distance.
Right.
So
just sort of
away I am.
Yeah, setting a benchmark.
So this is just nice and easy.
Yeah.
Nice and easy. All right, here we go.
All right. How many stories? All right. How many stories did that go up?
How high up do you think that was? How many stories do you think it was, Connor?
You asking Kyle? All right.
No, Connor. All right. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. So nice and easy. I'm going to do it again. About halfway.
Okay.
About halfway.
All right.
Okay.
And that's just nice and easy. So if you really pump the gas a little bit, really, pedal to the metal, do you think you could crease the top of the 4th floor?
I think so. I do. I think I could probably get it.
You're only 2 floors away then.
I think I can maybe get it to the 5th floor, but that's not what we're going for here.
No.
I think even if I got it to the 5th floor, that's a failure.
Marissa's got something to point out here, Marissa.
Oh, just everybody listening at home right now, wherever you are, you can go to our Instagram stories. We have a link to watch this on our YouTube, and we also have a vote of whether Casey can make it or not.
Well,
Casey,
Casey,
ahead of time. Okay.
Prior to this, just if we do this and you're not successful, do you think you could throw a ball from the roof into the parking lot?
Yeah, I think I could. I don't want to act like overconfident here, cocky.
Right.
I think I could definitely hit the parking lot from the roof.
All right. So what's the mechanism here? Are you going to take 3 tries at it? Do you?
Well, if I can't get it on my first or second, I don't even think, trying a third is even
That's
worth
the
it.
spirit.
Because at that point, no, but at that point, I'll probably be, throw my arm out and stuff. So,
all right. Are you ready to try? And I'm sorry. Go ahead, Case. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I just want to do a couple more easy goes there.
How high up was that one?
So that was about 4th floor.
Okay.
You're only
that was 2
floors away from the top of the building, Case.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard throwing straight up vertical, but I'm gonna try it anyway. So you guys let me know when you're ready.
We're ready. We're ready for an actual attempt. Now, I from where I'm sitting, I have a hard time following the ball. So you're gonna have to tell us how far up it makes, Case.
So do we need a fanfare before we do this, Preston? Is there?
I have this, which I already played.
Okay.
But that's all that I have set up. So
all right.
Let's see what
maybe
we
he
got.
needs quiet to concentrate.
Nothing is going to help, Steve.
Nothing.
No.
Casey, do us a favor, though. People are coming into the building on the other side. Don't throw it over the building. You might clog someone.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. That's a really, really good point. One of my favorite memories as a child, Steve, is when I was 2 or 3 years old. I was over at the Tinny's house. That means nothing to you. But I was in the Tinny's front yard, and I was throwing a tennis ball over their house at 3 years old.
Nice.
And I remember all the adults being like, wait, what is going, this kid.
You just threw a ball over their camper.
Yeah. Very funny. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go.
I'm nervous.
Well, yeah, you need to be nervous because I'm going to foul. Okay. All right, here we go.
Swinging his arms, getting loose is the first attempt of Casey. World record.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man, this is not going to happen. Here we go. Oh, Oh my God!
What?
I got it to the 6th floor, guys.
All right.
What did I tell you?
Okay.
Wow.
To the bottom of the 6th floor?
I got it to the bottom of the 6th floor. I was further away.
Okay.
So I'm going to move a little bit closer here.
It's only 10 more feet up.
Only
Yeah.
10 more feet.
Okay. I might actually try a third attempt if I don't get it on this one.
All right. I like the spirit.
But I did get a little bit lightheaded. All right, I'm overexerting myself here.
Well, I mean, you threw a tennis ball. That would take out a top athlete.
Casey, I like how you turned your hat around Stallone style from over the top.
Yeah.
It's like a switch.
Yeah.
Switch.
Now it's business in the front.
All right. We're ready, buddy.
All right, here we go. All right,
luck.
attempt number 2. Oh, wait,
You were about
hang
to
on
say
a
this.
second.
You could tell.
Wait.
Oh, did you hurt yourself?
No. I
Jacket
just,
off.
The jacket is restrictive.
Yep.
Yeah, jacket's restrictive.
All right. Do we want to discount that last attempt?
Yeah, we got to discount that.
No. That counted. It counted. But
Time to. Go ahead.
I held on to the ball too long.
Yeah.
And so I kind of shanked it a little bit.
Time to free the stallion.
Okay.
He's tightening up his laces.
Okay, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
It's
I
up.
shanked that one again too.
Uh-oh.
How high did you get?
A little bit. So probably about 5th floor in that one. Maybe top of the 4th floor.
You're
but
not
the issue
that
there
far.
was, yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Support from the fans.
Yeah.
They're all gathered out
Sorry.
there. The guy.
So the closer I am to the actual building, the harder it gets for me to throw the ball
Is that
properly.
because of wind shear?
No. It's the angle of the dangle. Believe it or
I know.
not.
I hear you. Step back a little
all right.
bit. You got to find
Yeah.
a sweet spot.
All
If
right,
you
here
could
we
make it to the 5th, you could make it to the 6th.
You're right. All right, here we go, guys.
Come on, everything you got.
serious here.
Don't hold nothing back.
Empty the tank.
Didn't make it. Didn't make it.
Didn't make it.
How high?
Well, it didn't hit the wall, so I don't really know what the gate's at on. But I think does that 6th floor? Did I make it up to the 6th floor? I made it to the 6th floor on that one.
All right.
All right.
I'm not a mathematician, but I think there's like this physics principle of, the higher up you go, gravity just works harder and harder against you. So the further he gets away, like getting to the 5th floor is easier than getting to, getting to the 4th floor is easier, and then you get to the 5th floor, and then it becomes exponentially difficult the higher up you go. And I don't think he's going to get any higher than he got on that first shot.
So
You're probably right.
All right. Well, let's see. You want to do one more? You got it
I
in
got
you?
at least one more in me here, guys.
All right.
Okay, we don't want you to throw
All right,
your
here we
arm
This is
out.
very exciting.
All right, there he goes. Come on.
Oh, did you see that? That made it to the mid 6th floor.
Oh, wow.
So you could. So this is why yesterday when I said like somebody with an athlete's arm with a baseball player,
Ricky Bo
could do that.
Yeah.
Right?
I would think so.
All right, I'm going for a different angle here. Rather than going straight at it, I'm kind of going to throw in an angle.
Throw it into the elevator.
By the way, you were
Throw it into the
actually
elevator.
listening to Casey trying to throw a tennis ball onto the roof of our building. This is what it's come to.
This is what we. This is
know.
where we're
Remember
at.
we were talking about
Yeah.
Chicago and the Hall of Fame and all that stuff? Yeah.
This is why we're not on that list.
How we got there.
This is why
right, here we go.
TripAdvisor has ignored us.
Here we go.
All right, here you go. He's standing by a vehicle. He's doing. Okay.
Oh, dude, I feel like that went past the 6th floor. Did that go past the 6th floor? Did that go? All right, so I got thrown on an angle here.
Casey
this
is
my
not.
last attempt.
All right, now this is the last.
Right. So Casey is standing now with his shoulder facing the building at an angle.
Yeah.
And the one thing is you have to have it at least hit or land on the roof, and you're just missing that.
Yes, I am. All right, here we go, guys.
I like this approach. All right, there it goes.
Oh, no, dude, that was the one. The angle was off.
But you think
This is
that way?
pissing me
You
off,
think
guys.
that
I
height?
feel like,
You think that height-wise, it made it?
That was the the chosen one.
I think that it would have been, but the angle was off.
All right, can you do it again?
Here we go. Damn it.
Okay,
guys.
All right. Valiant effort.
No.
Wait.
Wonderful attempt. I think that you've won here today. Casey.
Do you want to stay out there for the rest of the show and keep trying?
And my arm falls off in a.
No.
Yeah, man, guys, who's more disappointed, me or you guys?
You.
The listener.
The listener. Yeah. I got to go with
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
But not that there's any
They were
left.
disappointed from the moment this.
Listen. It's almost 8 o'clock. We got to take a break. So I would like to commend you. I think Casey deserves a round of applause. He did better than we thought he would, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
that wasn't much.
Yep. So, and it wasn't much, but nonetheless, he's still a champion on our book.
Getting up to the 6th floor.
Casey, come on back. All right, bud?
Yeah.
You're our hero.
Sorry, guys.
I know he's a little disappointed, but he gave it a good shot. And it was, I think he probably could do it, given a little more work.
You're not the tennis ball thrower we deserve, but the tennis ball thrower we need.
All right, we do need to take a break. That's what we need to do. But I would like to give something away because our friends from Wawa are going to be here in a little bit.
Nice.
And they're in conjunction with this event, the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania and the Philadelphia Polar Plunge. And so they brought us $50 Wawa gift cards.
I love that.
I'll take caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll set you up for 10 years. Wawa has supported Special Olympics Pennsylvania, proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Philadelphia Polar Plunge, Saturday, February 10th at Citizens Bank Park. So that 16th caller will set you up. We'll come back. We'll reveal the Clearwater word of the day for our trip to spring training and get the bizarre file and more. Stay put. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a incredible motion picture experience.
Wow, great. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do.
it. Think of a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
they don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Really? Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the movie, and I don't remember that shocking piece of news.
That's sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
well, maybe
I'm going to check it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see? They're already getting longer lives.
See? He
One-
can still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an octopus. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter, Gigi Hadid's daughter, Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
They told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
Breaking news.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but.
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid lives her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
Would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. He had a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince, has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds like African greys and so on can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But
They usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for Divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and I've his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
yeah. You would not.
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would love to
Elevator
go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No,
They're
Not even
related.
close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
they're the gray
They
colored
kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted
He was
up.
doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead. That
you see that guy?
I did.
He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on,
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk. It's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip. But I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, you know, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
There was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm rubbing out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise, yard work, or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed...
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
Get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention
You
this.
may go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snorkeling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
And the snorkel.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snorkel USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life.
93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Clearwater Word of the Day.
Yes, and that word is alligator. Something that Casey swears he's going to see when we head for spring training this year.
Alligator bit my hand off.
Oh my God!
All right, so you need to enter that word, alligator, at the contest page at WMMR.com, and it will be your chance to win a spring training trip for two from PhillySportsTrips.com. That includes airfare, 3 nights at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, tailgate parties, and a post-show happy hour. That'll be with us at Coco's following our live broadcast on Friday, March 15th. So we'll do this each day at 8 a.m.-ish, and the contest ends on Friday, January 19th. You have to be at least 21 years of age to enter. Rules and complete details, WMMR.com. And you can also buy your way into this amazing trip. Limited spots are available. Go to PhillySportsTrips.com to reserve your spot and travel with the pros. So once again, the word is alligator. Enter it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the Special Olympics Pennsylvania. They invite you to take the Philadelphia Polar Plunge February 10th at Citizens Bank Park. You can visit phillyplunge.org. That's phillyplunge.org. We're going to start with a follow-up story. This is about that Alaskan Airlines flight.
Yes.
1282. Of course, there was a woman, a passenger on board. Kelly Bartlett said that she was sitting 3 rows in front where the door plug blew out on Friday night, depressurizing the plane and forcing it to turn around and make an emergency landing at Portland International Airport. And the reason I bring this up is because what happened with her, the plane filled with wind, noise, and chaos. Suddenly, she said another passenger without a shirt on jumped into the seat next to her. And it was a boy that had been sitting next to the blowout.
Yeah.
She said, so at first I thought that it was just the window, and then I realized it was the whole panel. And this kid who was sitting in the row, his seatbelt had saved his life. And that's why he didn't have a shirt on, because the suction had torn it off of him.
Isn't that amazing?
And I can't imagine what it was like to be in his position. She said that it was too loud to talk, but the two could type, and they used the Notes app on her phone. And she leaned to the teenagers and showed her phone and learned that his name was Jack. She said, so I wrote him, I said, did you get hurt? And he wrote back, arm is a bit scratched. That was unbelievable. My name is Jack, by the way. Thanks for your kindness. And then they posed for a selfie in the plane.
Yeah.
She said, he said, let's take a selfie. And as a mom, I was not thinking of it as a selfie moment, but as a 15-year-old, it was in his perspective. He had just gone through something unbelievable, was the word that he used. And Jack and his mom were sitting near the blowout when it happened.
Excuse me, this man is not sitting in his ticketed seat.
Bartlett didn't just get on one more flight to Ontario that night. She flew 3 times in the next 24 hours to get to her destination.
I'm sure she was completely relaxed during all those flights.
Cinching her seatbelt tight. She said, I didn't know if getting on another flight was the right thing to do. And I think actually it was, because I didn't want to end up with a lifetime fear of flying. But this kid's shirt got ripped right off of him.
Listen, the fact that it ripped the shirt off and he was still able to negotiate his way over to another chair was pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing. All right, this is a pretty terrible story, and a story of resilience as well. An Iranian woman received 74 lashes for refusing to wear the hijab, defying the strict dress code even as she was taken to be whipped. Roya Hashmati was charged with encouraging permissiveness and appearing unveiled on several incursions in the capital, Tehran. Her penalty, according on the website online, it said her penalty of 74 strokes of the lash was carried out in accordance with the law and with Sharia for violating public morals. Ms. Hashmati was also ordered to pay a fine of $400. All women in Iran have been required by law to cover their neck and head since shortly after the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Whippings for breaching the dress code are uncommon, although officials have increasingly cracked down on those defying rules after the practice surged during anti-government protests that began in late 2021. She was identified as being of Kurdish origin, and she said apparently while she was being whipped, she said, as the lashes struck my body, I whispered, in the name of woman, in the name of life, dawn will come. And she added that she refused to cover her hair even as she was transported to being flogged.
It's pretty wild, man.
That's a woman standing behind her beliefs right there. So, that's the rule of law there, and she was defying it. So, all right, how about this? Taco Bell. When it comes to refreshing and reheating a meal from the popular restaurant chain in the microwave, there's one vital step to ensure safety, and you need to remove any foil or foil-lined wrapper.
Yeah, that's kind of axiomatic.
One customer who may not have followed this vital step is now going viral after blowing up his microwave and returning to Taco Bell with a vengeance. He can be heard in a video at the restaurant saying, "You're done. You're effing done. I'm going to sue your ass off." He's saying this to an employee who's a manager. And when asked if he would like new food, the man exclaimed, "Plus, you guys are going to pay for my effing microwave. It blew up." Getting increasingly agitated, he stated, "Oh, you're smiling." And then he slapped the guy in the face.
Oh, man. Can't do that.
And you get shocked reactions from the other customers and workers. And the employee said, "Yo." He goes, "What the hell?" He goes, "No, what the F? What's going on with you, man?" Evidently, he was confused by the sudden escalation. Another manager then stepped in with a heated argument ensuing, in which the customer repeatedly told both workers, "F you." It is currently unknown what occurred following the incident and whether or not police were called.
Taco Bell is no place for that.
No. Many viewers have stated that they hope the employee presses charges for battery. Absolutely.
So the dude, his microwave blew up because he had the foil around it.
It's his fault.
Yeah, it's his fault.
Yeah. And then last story, a Pennsylvania man says that he had to pay a squatter $1,200 to leave his house after police told him they couldn't intervene, and court staff said a formal eviction could take more than 6 months.
Isn't that crazy?
Last month, Chris Harty's real estate agent got a call from neighbors who saw people take down the for sale sign from his home and move in. The homeowner called police, but officers said the people at the house claimed to be renting it, so there was nothing that they could do, even after they showed them his purchase and sale agreement, homeowner's insurance, and deed to the home. Because the suspects had squatters' rights, as soon as they moved into the house, the only way for them to get rid of them would be pay $300 to file an eviction to remove the alleged squatters, which would take up to a year.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
He ultimately just went and paid them $1,300 to leave
his house,
and also approximately $700 to fix damage that was done to the house as well. How does that work?
That's the way it works. I would have snuck in. I would have put a Taco Bell taco in the Reynolds wrap in their microwave.
Yeah.
My brother owns a lot of properties, and he said to get a tenant out, even if they are not paying him, it takes long time.
Takes forever. It favors the tenant. Yeah.
All right, and that's it. That's all I have in music news for now. Hey, exciting stuff. Always the first of the year. We're reminded that one of these premier events takes place in our city. It's been going on for many, many years, and we are excited to mention the Philadelphia Auto Show is happening Saturday the 13th through January the 21st. But the big party is coming up. The Black Tie Tailgate Party is going to be on Friday at 7:30. We have our good friend, the director of the show himself, Mr. Mike Gimp, joining us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me back, guys. You know, anybody in the Philadelphia area would be excited to come in here once. You guys have me back every year. I can't thank you enough.
It's our pleasure. Every time I see that teddy bear with the bow tie pop up on the billboards, I know we're getting to.
Yep, and we know we have to.
Bring out the Gimp.
Bring out the Gimp.
Bring out the Gimp.
All right, man. So new year, all set to go. A lot of exciting stuff in the world of automotives, and you guys have it all, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, what's really cool about the show this year, our theme is Fueling Philadelphia, and that's really what we're doing because we're taking everything automotive related, and we're just filling 600,000 square feet of the Pennsylvania Convention Center downtown in doing that. We're fueling memories with over 30,000 square feet of classic and vintage vehicles from Antique Auto Club of America and Classic Auto Mall. We have you're fueling dreams with our exotic display with Lamborghini, Bentley, Aston Martin Rolls. Of course, it's the vehicles there you can see, shop, and compare. And then we have 130,000 square feet this year. We've moved it upstairs for Custom Alley, which is all the creative vehicles.
Right.
You know, fueling creativity. Things you can do with vehicles.
It's great. And I mean, even if you're just a casual, have a casual interest in the cars and vehicles, there's so much going on and stuff that I think is sort of an eye-opener. Again, like you have the classic, the movie and TV cars, which are popular. Obviously, as you said, it's a great way if you're even around the notion of shopping for a new vehicle. You can kind of go see everything all at once, which is pretty cool. So what is expected to be the big superstar of the show this year?
Well, you know, we always talk about concept vehicles, and for a while, manufacturers haven't been doing concept vehicles. But in 2022, Buick put out a Wildcat concept, which was amazing. And we're going to have that at the show, along with the Sierra EV, along with Honda Prologue, and we have the new 2024 Acadia. But that Wildcat is really something to look at. It's cool. And we haven't had a pure concept car at the auto show.
They're awesome. We always bemoan, Preston, you and I bemoan the fact that a lot of times what you see as concept never quite makes it to the the showroom floor, but they're so cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Mike, I read a really interesting study last week that talked about electric vehicles, and I want to get the quote right. It said, global electric vehicle sales increased by 36% this year in 2023. 2 years ago, 1 in 25 cars sold globally was an electric vehicle. This year, it'll be 1 in 5, and by 2025, it'll be 1 in 2. And that shift is just remarkable. So what are you guys seeing at the car show reflecting that?
Well, you know, when you look at the industry and you look at EVs, it's probably one of the most polarizing things, at least I've ever seen in the automotive industry, because it's almost like politics, right? You're on one side or the other. People either love it or they're like just against it. And it's one of those, the rollout has come almost faster than the ability to handle the rollout. So you have all these electric vehicles out there, but there's not the charging stations available just yet. There are things that need to grow in tandem with the vehicle itself, right? But our EV track at the auto show, we have an E-track down there where you can actually get in the vehicles and experience the acceleration and the torque and the pickup of what an electric vehicle does. And hearing people scream as they shoot down that lane, because I mean it's like a golf cart on steroids, right? I mean, you just hit it and it goes. That's awesome. So you're going to be able to be in the Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning or the Nissan Ariya.
What about the hybrids are coming back as well? I think they've made a concerted effort to make the hybrids. Out of the gate, initially, they weren't going for the sexy, sort of attractive look. They were making them very like the initial Prius, making it look very utilitarian. But now there's some really sort of sexy hybrids coming out, and they're attractive to the consumers as well, yes?
Yeah, and that's really going back to what we were just talking about. That's where the middle ground is right now, right? So if you're not purely ready for a full EV and you're looking to go in that direction, a hybrid's perfect because you have the gas engine to back you up, get you on the long family trips that you maybe were having range anxiety about. And on our track, you'll actually have a hybrid Prius and a hybrid RAV4, both plug-ins that are going to be there. So you'll get to experience those as well.
Yeah, Toyota jumped in fully on that, correct?
Totally.
Yeah.
Black Tie Tailgate. That is, I'd mentioned that's coming up on Friday, and this is people get in ahead of time before the show actually opens, and it's a dressy event, right?
Yeah, it's a dressy event. It's great. It's been around for years now. It's really one of Philadelphia's premier black tie events. Starts at 7:30 on Friday. Tickets are still available, but we have bars and food stations set up. It's a really relaxed way to see the show. Everything will be open and operating the way it always does, and it benefits the nurses at the Children's Hospital Philadelphia.
It's wonderful.
You couldn't ask for harder working people.
But you do have a little breathing room too, which is cool because obviously when it's up and running, and it's big enough where you can go enjoy regardless. But you get a little bit of extra time to walk around and see these things and check out the vehicles in a little bit more intimate way with the black tie event.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the crowd is going to be around, 3,000, 3,500 versus maybe 30 to 40,000 on a weekend day.
Right.
So,
It's a little bit of a
intimate is
reduction.
definitely a good word for it.
Hey, Mike, do you personally, since you're the director of this event, do you take advantage of the opportunity to maybe drive a pretty awesome car when this rolls into town?
If I get the opportunity, I never say no. I got to be honest. I mean, if there's one that's out there or even one that just needs to be pulled into the center, I'm like, I can go ahead and get behind that.
How many years ago?
Tear it up around the center for a little bit.
Karen Rogers, you and I went out prior to the car show, and I drove a Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
And
that was pretty awesome.
It was pretty friggin' awesome.
It was that Ghost, I think, that you were driving. I got to get behind the wheel of a Lamborghini and like all these, untouchable vehicles that will never, mere mortals will never be able to own. You
House
can get a really
or car, right?
Close look up. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And that's what I would go and really salivate over, the really exotic, awesome, high-end vehicles, which you guys have all of them there. I mean,
yeah, we're going to have a really, Kerbeck brings in a lot of the vehicles from Aston Martin, Bentley, Aston Martin Rolls, Maserati, Lamborghini, and we're going to have a great display this year. We've been working in tandem with them. It's going to look really heightened and different than most years. If you've been down before, you haven't seen a display like they're putting together this year.
You got the Shaggin' Wagon, too, from Dumb and Dumber. You got
to have the Shaggin' Wagon.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a Back to the Future DeLorean and some other. How many? The Fast and Furious series could just keep the car show going forever with all of the movie vehicles they've used.
Yeah,
and you have a couple represented this year, right?
We do. We have one from the original series, and then we have one that was driven by The Rock coming in. That was one of the later ones, Fast and Fate or something like that. And,
right.
Number 18, 8 or whatever. But so, yeah, Fast and Furious has always been a huge thing. But the driver of the one from the original series, the actor that played the driver, Jesse, in that movie will actually be at the show on the weekends and available to take pictures with people and sign and do all that stuff.
Excellent. All right, well, the event, the whole event is the 13th through the 21st, but this Friday is when the Black Tie Tailgate Party is taking place. You can get those tickets now at PhillyAutoShow.com. It's going to be a great one.
Perfect.
It's great to see you, Mike. Thanks for being here.
Man, thanks for having me. I appreciate
give
it.
To it one more time.
Bring out the gimp.
Yeah, there he goes. Mike Gemp, guys. Philly Auto Show director. With that, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Let me give away another one of these because we have a lot of them. I have a $50 gift card from our friends at Wawa and the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania with the Philadelphia Polar Plunge. We'll take caller number. So I did 16 last time. Let's do caller number 17, 215-263-WMMR. Wawa is a presenting sponsor for the Philadelphia Polar Plunge. Over the past 10 years, donated nearly $3 million to provide free sports training, health screening, and leadership programs to more than 13,000 Special Olympic athletes throughout the state. We've got more guests coming up. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it.
Do you
for
remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
If you're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel is?
Right, a snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great. They do have Snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like Snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back, way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So
what I call my chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work?
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these caverns. Like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical. So before you guys even enter the room, we
have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bed bug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is clean.
Was ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. She was ready to set up shop somewhere else.
100%. If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would have offered up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good. The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. It's good dog. I love being out here in the open range.
Let's see here. As Godzilla vs. Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, in the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one,
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Mm-hmm. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only we know
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
we
know
say-
it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right. But
it'd be the size of
proportionally
a VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course,
yes,
there
it
was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and it's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong movie?
Next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be. It could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
Giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You'd think I would want to cross. I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Just give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow. Just,
you want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
It's distracting.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so.
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside and the trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the main, the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rival storm chasers.
yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up and goes.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy, and welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
Nice to have you back. Are we feeling better?
Yes.
All right, good. You don't even look like anything was ever wrong with you.
Oh, right.
We had a lengthy discussion this morning about what's wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everything's it's better.
There's something wrong with all of us all the time, pretty much.
The time.
If you want to feel good, just look at me and say, well, I'm not that.
At least I'm not that. All right, so we're going to have Scott on in a little bit. He's going to be joining us in about 15 minutes or so we got a little time to kill.
What happened to Steve?
The time to killer. Steve can't make it.
Oh, damn it.
It's Scott. So, we'll get him on in a little bit. What do you want to do? You want to do the stream of consciousness or the time killer or
He's a stream of consciousness nerd.
the general store?
Stream of consciousness nerd.
Okay, we'll do stream of consciousness.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
A couple stories to mention. This one is on the serious side of things. American Red Cross said Monday it's experiencing an emergency blood shortage.
I've got to get in. They're pounding me, with requests, and I'm just trying to pick the right time. But I'm going to absolutely do it. Because I got the baby blood too, that apparently is highly in demand.
Yeah, I have developed over the years a fear of donating blood, and not on a blood test level because it's not that bad. But the last time I gave blood, I started to panic a little bit. Just and I got to get past that. I really do, because I understand the importance of it. And actually, my blood type is the second rarest out there, so all the more need.
Would it help if I was spooning with you?
Yeah, I think so.
What's the panic? What's the sensation that you have?
The life leaving my body.
The life leaving your body?
That's pretty substantial.
In the form of blood leaving your body?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it is kind of irrational.
So it's not the opening, the piercing of the skin. It is the actual blood itself. Because obviously, if that was the case, then you'd have a fear of it going out your butthole.
Yes, and I don't like that either.
Yeah.
Anywhere but the butthole.
No, why did it have to be the butthole? You know what? That is a common thing for people who are leery of needles and things of that nature. And by the way, they're so good at it, you don't even notice it. But I mean, listen, to whatever you're comfortable with, but it is that notion, Preston, of literally the lifeblood leaving your body.
Yeah, okay. I hadn't thought about that.
Your body's like Doritos; they'll make more.
Yeah. Well, but I have to. I guess maybe I have to just turn it on its side and look at it differently, rather than the life leaving my body, but the life going into somebody else's body.
Yeah,
maybe that's the way to do that.
Yeah.
But even the last time I had blood work, which was earlier, it was last year. I couldn't go to the gym for a day afterward because I was worried that my my wound would open up and I would just start like.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so part of it's like you won't stop bleeding. Like that's
Like a
that's
hemophilia.
part of the fear. It's leaving your body, and what if it doesn't stop leaving your body? Okay, well, for those of you who don't have a fear, they need your blood really, really bad. The lowest number of people giving blood in 20 years. According to the organization.
So we'll make a pack. I'm gonna make sure that I find a location by. I'll do it next week. They actually do one at a synagogue right around where I live. And they do blood drives
to find
all over the place. So
it's easy to find places to do it. I'll do it this week. Hospitals are currently receiving blood products, including whole blood, red blood cells, plasma, and platelets, faster than donations are coming in, and so that means that their supplies. According to the Red Cross, they say they supply 40% of the nation's blood donations. They have had to limit distributions from some of the most transfused blood types to hospitals.
And you can't use Nutella, right?
No, not that I know of. In addition to donor numbers dropping overall since the pandemic began, in 2020, there's been a reduction of 300,000 blood donors. Yeah,
we were just talking about the blood drive on our meeting on Monday.
Yeah,
about that coming up and how important that is. You know, maybe at some point we need to visit the notion of a more modified mid-year donation event.
Maybe. So anyhow, if you can, please donate. They're in serious trouble. Worst. The lowest number of people giving blood in 20 years.
Consider it done.
I'll just give you a heads up on that. All right. That's my public
stream of consciousness
service announcement for this.
With his public service announcement.
All right, so Apple announced that its Vision Pro headset is going to be launched in the U.S. on February 2nd, so it's coming. And the pre-orders start on the 19th, 5 p.m. Pacific time. The headset is priced at $3,500.
So dumb.
So I was looking at it. It looks awesome.
Yeah,
The
so
word on it is
I was
awesome.
thinking you're going to get one, right?
At $3,500.
A lot of money, dude.
It is a lot of money. Now, what you can do is it becomes your computer. It becomes you can use it for all sorts of things. And it is amazing with. You know me, I'll talk a good game and say, no, I'm going to wait. And then I go ape-s. I like the Consumer Electronics Show is going on right now, and there's about a million things that I want to get. But it is hard to reconcile when I have already enough computers to get a $3,500 headset that at this point would just be redundant.
Yeah, and the price will... They don't. The Apple prices don't come down.
Well, what happens is competitors will bring the price down because right now there is. If you look at the new Meta headset, is employing a lot of the same features, which is your augmented reality as well as full virtual reality. So that's all the stuff that's coming in. The more players in that, the more the price will get reduced.
Steve, do you ever buy anything like especially an Apple product that's a year old?
Yes, I actually have. Nick, so for production computers, there used to be the place Springboard.
Yeah.
Which you do is Springboard dealt mainly with media companies. So what they would do is they'd have these amped up laptops and stuff, and you just go buy them used, and they'd have more than enough power to do what you were looking for.
That was sort of my follow-up question because it seems to me like they are just as good of a product, and not quite at the level as the newest one or whatever. But does that really matter at this point?
So there is, for example, on my I use Audition in the office for I do the promos. I'll cut them every day. So that is an older laptop that I don't update. I don't update the OS because when you do that, it starts to tax the power on the computer. But no, you can get by with a lot. Just know not to be so quick. No, don't set the automatic update on.
Well, and also it depends on what you want.
Yeah, what you're looking for.
If you're okay with something that's going to be slightly dated from the newer version, it's fine. But people who need that, update, they're not going to. That's not for them.
So with this headset, I mean, and Steve, you said essentially it's there to replace your computer.
But
you got to put that thing on your head.
You have to put that thing on your head.
And that's where I think it might stop people from making it just their primary computer source. You know what I mean?
Well, they say you do have to worry about your eyesight with it. You should limit your time on those.
So the same can be said from just regular laptops and stuff like that. You're supposed to limit your screen time to begin with.
Right up against you.
Well, and then also what it's doing is it's reading your eyes. It's reading the focus. It's making sure that you're seeing things clearly. As you can see here, Preston, in the demo, it is also a virtual movie screen. Mm-hmm. It is a game systems. What it does also, though, is that it takes an image of your eyes and puts your eyes on a screen outside the visor, which looks kind of freaky.
Which people can feel as if they're
Right.
making eye contact.
Making eye contact with people.
By the way, they will have, Steve, as far as vision goes, they will feature prescription lens inserts.
Yeah.
At an additional cost of $150.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get it tailored to if you have vision issues. It features 256 gigs of storage, powered by Apple's M2 chip. The Vision Pro represents Apple's entry into the virtual reality space and is considered the company's first new product category since they introduced the Apple Watch in 2015. I'm not going to get this. That's way too much money.
$3,500.
I mean, I have the Oculus. I have that, and that's a blast. But I'm using that for gaming and so on, and I use it every now and then, and it's way cheaper than that.
So as a gimmick, it's kind of cool. Like if you look at something, it will that basically is like clicking on it, and there are different things you can do. But do you really need that? Do you really need that? Is it to me?
So wait, you're saying simply by using. Staring at something.
It tracks your eyes.
Yeah, no, but what if you're just looking at it?
Like you could look and you blink. There's a series of
things you have to do.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But for example, the PS5, the virtual headset has a similar thing where you're looking becomes active. But again, to me, this has a lot of gimmick, to it, and not enough necessity to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fun. It's a cool thing, but it's not. I don't think it's $3,500 fun.
The headset utilizes a new operating system called Vision OS and an innovative input system that allows users to control it through their eyes, hands, and voice. Despite analysts' predictions that initial revenue may be relatively modest, Apple aims to revolutionize the consumer experience in gaming and video content with this Vision Pro. The device supports various productivity and creative apps, including Microsoft Office and Salesforce Slack. So, if that's a concern, and
do you know? I think it's going to when we go outside the headset and you're able to get these Tony Stark sort of graphical interfaces in front of you, and where you're not wearing a helmet essentially. That's when people go, "Oh, okay."
I don't know how they'll ever be able to do that. Project into the air without using things like mist and so on as something to project against. You know what I mean? I don't know how that's possible.
They're already doing it.
Are they?
Yeah, but it is. It would be wildly cost prohibitive at this point.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's coming out $3,500. February 2nd is when that's going to be available. So here it is.
The stream of consciousness there is what you're listening to.
So, Bailey's Irish cream?
Oh.
Yeah.
Once a year.
Once a year?
Holidays.
Christmas, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you finish it?
Yes.
The bottle? Okay.
Yes. At the beginning of the holidays.
Are you driving while you're finishing?
I am not.
Okay.
No, but that's the beauty of it, Steve, is that and I know obviously you're not a drinker, but you get up in the morning on, say, Christmas Day or the 26th or 27th or 28th, and you want to have a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Put a little Bailey's in there, gets your day off to a nice start.
God, you know what I had? And I've never been the coffee mixed booze with coffee thing. And I was at the Kimmel Center, and I forgot what event I was there for. But anyhow, Jose Garces has a restaurant over there. And so they were serving Irish coffee, and I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? What the hell, I'll have one.
Why not?
And it was not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be Bailey's and coffee.
Right.
It was just whiskey and coffee.
That's a traditional.
That was disgusting.
The traditional Irish coffee is
not gnarly.
Yeah, but
I don't drink, and that sounds disgusting.
If you have an Irish coffee, the way that I like to have it is either with a little bit of whipped cream on top or an Irish coffee with Jameson, coffee, and Bailey's.
What's
God, it would have to have some Bailey's. In
Yeah,
there.
it's
Sweeten it up.
I don't like black coffee, so I just also don't like coffee with just whiskey. I like a little bit of cream in there.
Okay.
What's an Irish wink? That is, it's a shot, right? Is that Bailey's and?
Don't know.
Is it Bailey's and Jameson, or is it Bailey's and vodka?
An Irish wink.
So lad is kind of sweet on you.
We'll look that up.
You're a cutie pie. Weren't you doing that ball stunt outside?
There's a cocktail guide that says...
that's not it.
No, that's not
Look
it.
at that.
Irish wink.
Well, anyway, while Nick is looking up the Irish wink, here is a little tip for you about Bailey's. Experts have stressed that cream liqueurs can wreak havoc with the pipes in your sink.
Really?
So if you were planning on pouring it down the drain for dry January, don't do it.
How does that happen?
The experts at mybuilder.com say that disposing of Bailey's in this way is a surprisingly common post-Christmas disaster. They said, while it may be delicious to drink, it doesn't keep for long and often ends up down the sink. Cream liqueurs have a large fat content and as such falls into the categories of FOG, F-O-G, fats, oils, and greases. And fog should never go down the sink. It would be like pouring grease down your sink. Same thing.
I had no idea.
It sticks to pipes. It can cause blockages and also what's responsible for fatbergs in sewer systems.
I thought the alcohol in it, or is there alcohol in it? Yes?
Oh, yeah.
So wouldn't that help cut through that?
No, apparently not. While other experts have stressed that due to its consistency, Bailey's can collate in the U-bend of a sink and cause blockages in the same way that hot cooking fat and oils can. So you don't want to pour it down the sink.
Is the purpose of the U-bend specifically to stop things from automatically? So that, in other words, what is the purpose of that? As sort of a stopgap if something is not supposed to go down the drain?
I don't know. As when Steve and we were at Horizon, we were talking to Nick, the manager there. There in plumbing, there are physics involved,
right?
And so there has to be. You have to treat air properly for plumbing to work right, and sometimes those bends and things like that are for that reason
to accelerate the.
It's beyond my personal understanding because I haven't really looked too much into it. So I'm not sure what the point of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of a plumber myself because I installed my Amazon bidet.
Here we go, Steve. Nick pulled up this bit of information. It says the U-bend acts as a barrier to the foul smells that otherwise rise from the sewer or other drainage pipe works.
I had
This
no
is why
idea.
It is a requirement in building regulations is to keep the smell out of there. I'm sure we got some plumbers calling right now because our phone lines are lighting up. So if you can answer those, maybe we can get some information from them. They might concur with that, but I never thought about that.
No.
By the way, they recommend instead of pouring, how do you get rid of the Baileys if you don't want it and don't have Nick to give it to?
Throw it over your neighbor's fence?
No. It says the best way to get rid of it is to pour it into a sealed container and throw it in the trash.
All right.
Well, isn't the bottle itself a sealed container?
It says, despite it having cream in it, Bailey's has a pretty long shelf life, staying fresh for around 6 months after it's first opened.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
I've had it for over a year.
Me too.
On
Yeah.
occasions.
Longer than that, it starts to get a little rancid or whatever. But I figure you keep it in the fridge. It's okay.
Oh, you can, and we don't even put it in the fridge.
You don't?
I know. Are you supposed to?
I don't know.
I would assume you
I
are.
do.
What? Are you supposed to? Wait, is your mic not on?
Sorry,
Kathy?
I may have coughed or something.
All right.
Yeah. Are we supposed to? I mean, if it's not making you sick, I guess.
Do you like it, Kathy? Because you're not a cream-based drink person.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not into. I love alcohol, but I'm not into it with my coffee for some reason.
Bailey's?
Can Bailey's?
Yeah, no.
Can Bailey's go sour?
Well, I think maybe eventually because it does have cream in it. But
Can you do it on the rocks, though, Kath?
What?
Bailey's on the rocks?
Nah.
Really?
Nah.
Then how do you like it?
I don't. That's what,
You don't like it at all?
It's not that I
Okay.
don't dislike it. I just never got into it. Yeah, I would never
Just
get that.
right on the rocks. It's yummy.
I have a candy bowl and I keep little strips of raw chicken in it.
Okay.
Is that
Is
that okay?
That might go bad.
Maybe for dogs.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Manny, who is, I don't know if he's a plumber or not. I'm guessing he is, but he knows the whole U-bend thing. Hi, Manny. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Presbo?
Good. What's up, buddy?
I'm not a plumber by any stretch of the imagination. I'm an engineer, but I do a lot of side work. And just from personal experience, I destroyed a bathroom one time and didn't connect any of the pipes, and I just left it like that for a while. What that U-bend does, or the P-trap does, to keep the water balance in the pipes, and that water will stop the sewer gas from coming back through your pipes and into your house.
Okay.
So it serves basically like a filter. Is that correct?
We lost him.
Manny!
We'll go to Jim, and then we have our guest on the line. Hi, Jim. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good. All right. Are you a plumber?
I'm a carpenter. I've been in the construction trade since 1977.
Close enough.
Manny is partly correct. The U-bend that you speak of is a trap. It is to trap water in the trap to stop the sewer gas. It is not a filter. And any device that drains water from your house has a trap. Your toilet, your sink, any sink, your shower, your tub, anything that drains water has a trap.
Okay.
All right. It makes sense.
Specifically to trap water and stop the sewer gas.
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
Because no one
Appreciate
actively
that.
wants sewer gas in their house.
Yeah, with plumbing, there's vents and all kinds of stuff that has to come into play. It is kind of magic, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
like Asgard.
Well, all right. Well, anyhow, and I believe somebody was saying, or I saw something that said that you can get away with Bailey's for 2 years.
All right.
Yeah, so you're right.
Okay.
But I don't know about the refrigerating it thing. I should probably look into that, shouldn't I?
Why not? Hey,
I don't have it.
Why
that
don't you live
often.
life on the edge?
I don't have it that often.
Push the boundaries.
Plus, I'm doing dry January. All right. Our next guest is on the line, and his game coming up against Montreal on Wednesday. It is the Flyers Pride game, and we would like to welcome a guy who we've happened to have on the program for. Do we have music to welcome him on board? Well, we're going to do that, of course, but
No, why would you think that we would have?
some kind of Flyers.
I think we need it.
We're going to have to.
We have to do this right. Have the gentleman on here. He's taking time to call in. We should celebrate his occupation.
Hit it, Casey, if you would, please. All right. Come on. Thank you very much. Please welcome center for your Philadelphia Flyers, Mr. Scott Lawton, to the show. And Scott is on our Xfinity mobile guest line. Yo, Scott, good morning, bud.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm great. How are you?
We're doing good. So, yeah, you wanted to jump in and mention to everyone that we have the Pride game, which is coming up on Wednesday night, 7 o'clock. There's been a lot of stuff going on with you guys outside of the, special promotion nights and things like that. And, in fact, some a trade that hit yesterday.
Last night, yeah.
Yeah, which is all the chit-chat. When things like that happen, Scott, when when these big splashy things happen, do you guys take much notice of it? Is there a lot of talk amongst the team, or do you just kind of let the the business office handle the business?
Yeah, I think we were playing last night, so you get in and you get in from the game and guys go check their phones, and obviously it's swirling around. So I train with Jamie Drysdale in the summer, and great talent, a great human being, and it's kind of like what Jonesy said last night. If you don't want to be a Flyer, then you're not going to be one. And,
we were just
that was the case here, and it's just it's unfortunate for a young pick to not want to come here, but that's his decision, and I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean the bottom line is, and we were checking out the comments. If you're a boss and you're trying to hire someone and they say they don't want to work there, well then the first thing you do is go, well, we don't want you.
Yeah,
here.
well,
You don't wanna work here.
why would you keep that person?
Yeah,
Exactly.
It makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure, and I think Danny did a great job of getting a great player in return, and we just keep on moving on, and I think guys have kind of realized that from the summer of him not wanting to come to development camp, and then we just go about it that way. But guys are excited to add a really good skating defenseman to our group.
Well, it's nice, Scott, that you guys want to take the high road, and I applaud that. I'm only asking for clarification's sake, and I don't want to belabor the point, but did you have any interaction at all with Cutter Gauthier before last night? Was there ever him showing up at training camp or anything along those lines?
I don't think they can. College kids can show up at training camp, but definitely development camp is always something that I thought you always go and kind of learn about the organization, see the city, and get to know some people. So I've texted him when he was drafted, and that's about it. That's about as far as it went.
It's wild because Nick was sort of bringing us up to speed, earlier as we were talking, and you don't think a lot of times that there are players in the pipe for years in advance, and it's kind of a weird thing, I guess. There's a lot that can come into play as far as distracting players or whatever, but we tend to think of it as sort of an immediate decision, but players are being cultivated all the time, correct?
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult situation for a young guy to navigate through, and that's why you have an agent and everything like that. But yeah, it's just disappointing. I think Philly's one of the premier franchises in the league, and the way they treat their players and take care of guys is top notch. And to me, it's pretty much like an original six team, the Flyers, and the way they built this organization. So I'm definitely proud to be a Flyer, and I know the guys are in there. And if you don't want to be one, then you're not going to be one.
Yeah. And so more importantly, let's talk about the guy who is going to be in orange and black. What can you tell us about Jamie Drysdale?
Amazing skater, incredible feet, really good skills. Still very young. Was out all last year with an injury, and hasn't played much in the last couple of years. So we're getting a really, really good defenseman that can defend as well. But I think his skating is top notch. We do some testing throughout the summer with our trainer back home, and he blows us out of the water on the ice. So it's nice to see.
Hey, Scott, I want to go back to, what it's like to be young and not in the NHL yet and having your sights set on that. The percentage of people who show talent but then actually make it to the Major League sports is minuscule. It's absolutely tiny. There are so many kids that are playing sports and, of course, have their sights set on that, and just the tiniest amount actually make it and go the distance. Do you remember when it was when you kind of started to maybe realize that I think I might really be able to do this? Like how old were you and what that was like?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's very hard. It's very hard to make the NHL, and it's very hard to stay here. I think that's the biggest thing I learned. It's harder to even stay in the NHL. So. I think probably at 14, 15, I started to take it really seriously and kind of quit lacrosse and started training in the summer, I guess, more seriously. And once I got to junior, you kind of realize that you have a chance at this thing, and you put everything into it. So probably around 15 or 16 in your first year junior, and then you go from there. And then,
but as you get older, that you start moving up into better leagues and more competitive players and people that are at your level. And I guess at that point you start looking around, going, okay, well these guys are pretty damn good,
Yeah, it's eye opening, especially from junior. Going in at 16, you move away from home. You're playing against 20-year-olds, guys that are driving around, and you just you're a little bit shocked. It's kind of like coming to the NHL, and you're still a kid at the same time. You're going to high school and everything, so it's different, but it definitely gets you prepared. It matures you quicker and gets you ready for life in general, I would say.
Wow.
Scott, you played against, one of the best in the world last night. I know you guys didn't win, obviously, but I watched the whole game. I thought the effort was terrific last night, and there was a moment in the third period, I think, where you and Sidney Crosby had some words. You were yelling at him. He was yelling back at you. What was going on the ice then?
Yeah, I think anytime you play Pittsburgh and some of the guys that have been around for a little bit that have had that rivalry with those guys, they're top players in the league, and you try and do everything you can to try and take them off their game. Obviously not the result we wanted, but I thought it was pretty intense, and the one thing I'll say about our group is we always stick together, even against Calgary. You see five guys jump into a pile, and guys have each other's back. So that's one thing that always sticks out with our team, and something that we'll continue to do.
So, Scott, obviously there have been some big changes, and obviously a lot is kicking into place with upper management, and this year was kind of like, oh, well, let's see what happens, and everything was very much exceeding expectations. And as you said last night, or you just said, I think the fact that everyone is noticing that there is this cohesion and this desire and this will, and the fire in your bellies to the spectator is tangible. I mean, did that switch just flick? Did you sense it at a point this season where you were out on the ice and said, "Wow, we're hitting a stride. We've come together."
Yeah, I think so, and I think with Torts kind of building that last year, and we might have not had the personnel last year to win as many hockey games as we probably could, but we definitely worked last year. It's just the results didn't come, and this year you had a guy like Coots back in our lineup. I think he settles down the game, former Selke winner, and you miss 2 years and come back and play at this high of a level. It's not being talked enough about, I don't think, and it's pretty special. And some of the other guys we've added have brought a different element and a ton of energy, and it's been fun to be around the room. And when guys believe together and stay together, it's pretty powerful, and we just got to continue to grow as a team here. We're almost halfway here.
Yeah. Well, as a spectator, I have to admit it's been a lot more fun to watch. I mean, winning is more fun. I have to ask you, Scott, you guys did score a power play goal last night, but I was telling Preston the other day about the penalty kill and what JJ refers to as the power kill. You guys are lethal on the penalty kill. The penalty kill itself has been fantastic this year, but I think you still lead the league in shorthanded goals. What is the mindset when you guys are down a man to create offensive opportunities like you, especially you and Konechny have done this season?
Yeah, it's been pretty wild on the penalty kill. As of late, the way we kill, Bradshaw, our assistant coach, has done a great job with us teaching us about it. And the way we kill, we kind of suck down power plays into the zone. We play more compact, and when there's a loose puck, that's kind of our time to go. And you have to pick your right spots, and sometimes you get caught with it, cheating on the wrong side. But you got to be smart about it, and I think PK has taken his game to another level, even from last year, and it's been a blast to kill with him and be a part of something like that where you have chemistry.
Now, you never want to be outmanned, but if you guys are playing that well with a penalty kill, is there something a little bit in the back of your mind when you got to go kill a penalty? You're like, all right, here we go. You know what I mean?
Maybe a quick extra shot in front of the net. And if you got to serve the two, then that's okay.
Well, listen, Pride Night, like I said, is tomorrow night. That game is important to you. You do you host some people for the event at this and have a little post-game get-together. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the last 3 years I've had different people from the community come out to different home games throughout the years, and JVR and I actually started it 2 years ago, meeting guests after the game, and it's just been incredible, to be honest, and to meet people. It takes 5 minutes out of your time after a game, and a ton of new fans that have come and seen games. I think that's the one thing that sticks out is all the new fans that are coming in, and just trying to grow the game that way, and making sure everyone feels welcome and accepted. I think that's a huge part of it, and just continue to try and grow the game, and hockey is for everyone, and doesn't matter your race or your religion or your sexual orientation. I think it's just it's come a long way in hockey, and I'm excited to see where it goes. But just the new fans that it's brought to the game, it's been great to meet these people. They're great great fans, and it's been awesome so far.
It's great because I always say if you can get to a game and be there in person, and then you get it, and that's when you understand how exciting it is, and the fact that you and the organization are offering up safe space for people who might be hesitant to go, it speaks volumes. So I think it's really cool, and like you said, it's growing the game. And everybody, ends up having a great time. Kathy's youngest, her son, her only, not your youngest, your only son, has started to take on the game of hockey.
Yes, he did. And Scott, you signed a hockey stick for him for Christmas, so thank you.
Oh, amazing. That's great.
Yeah, he got a lot of money for that. No, that's awesome.
I only take a certain cut.
Man, we are hoping for the best for you guys. It's been exciting to see what you've been doing. And, the game has ups and downs, but it's exciting when you get on these tears. Man, we really want to see a Stanley Cup this year. I know you do, too. I know I'm preaching to the choir, Scott, but, God, that would be so cool, man. So you guys just keep doing what you're doing, and we'll cheer you on, all right?
Thanks so much for having me on.
Appreciate it. Anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Lawton of your Philadelphia Flyers on the show. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So you can get those tickets now. And are they doing a home stand? Are they in for, they played last night?
Yeah, there might be one or two more games left on the homestand. Well, there's definitely one tomorrow night's game against the Canadiens. I'm not sure if there's one after that, but and then the alumni game is later this month, and that's the 26th on of a Friday night.
Yeah, we were talking to Hartsey about that one. So they got good stuff going on, man. All right, listen, we are going to take ourselves a break because we have a few other people to talk to and things to do. But two reminders: Tattoos Day. Text word tattoo to 39333, and then also I would like to give away a $50 Wawa gift card, and that is courtesy of the Special Olympics Pennsylvania and the Philadelphia Polar Plunge, which is coming up. And you can, we'll take, did I say a caller? I can't even remember 5 seconds
do
ago.
15 again.
We'll do caller 20 at 215-263-WMMR. You can support Special Olympics by visiting any Wawa store through February 18th, making a donation, or by joining Wawa and Team MMR at the Philadelphia Polar Plunge February 10th. Nick will be there for that event. PhillyPlunge.org for details. We'll break and be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real, and he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely.
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my
That's
brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
And I tell you,
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh, my God. I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
Bring Floyd in here. I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
What?
Or that it's their
I don't even get why
the
we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
it's the 25th anniversary.
We're
Because
talking
those
about it
tornadoes were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It
was real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real.
Those tornadoes were real."
Primal Fear Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist. Yeah.
It's a twister. It was real. Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I can't believe I never took.
You've never. I've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on
And he
him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies.
Other movies from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning. Now, what's this? I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
That's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York. Conby in Los Angeles. Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Dogs.
Definitely the best theme.
Yes.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
Hi, we're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going where. Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili Dogs. Pat's Dogs. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Yeah.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston. Nightshade in Los Angeles. And in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's
Pat's Dogs. Pat's Chili
Yeah, I mean, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say Answer the phone.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the Barbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant. What baby steps?
But
you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of thing. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction. And people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang Band.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been talking quite that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
The
Thank
mantle?
you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man.
Yeah.
He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me. Right?
It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend, and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of like, having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey, Dave,
at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, we're just coming out of COVID. And it's been a while since we've been on stage. But we are, ironically, very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm looking out the window at the swollen bosom of the sky, about ready to rain upon us at some point today. They're calling for heavy rain. Wind.
I see the engorged nutsack of the sky.
Oh, I was thinking more bosom. But
no
either way,
sign of the sun all morning.
We'll get squirted on.
There was a little bit of the horizon, but it went away quickly because today we know is the most impactful weather event to ever take place on Earth. No, they're talking about flooding, right? Because of the saturation of the ground.
Yeah.
And they're talking with the winds that can topple trees and cause power outages.
The rivers are already high. I mean, when you drive by, you can see.
And the valleys are low.
You can see deep river. You can see that the water's getting pretty intense. So, flooding.
Tornado!
I'm lucky when we first moved into the area that we live in now, we had some flood-prone street issues.
Did you?
They fixed them years ago, thank goodness, because, it was almost like
clockwork.
Like clockwork,
Oh,
where
I
you're
hate
like,
that.
okay, all right, it's raining too much.
Sucks.
We can't go that way. And I know there are still places that are clearly like that, but fortunately they fixed that issue out.
When we were living in Manayunk, we had it started initially not a problem, and then it developed, and again it had to do with them eventually clearing out the pipes, and they did a lot of excavation and changed things. Then we weren't having the backup flooding into our basement, which was not as extreme as some people get, like maybe a quarter of an inch or half an inch, but it would come in under the door in the back of the basement, and it sucked because you'd rig up stuff and it wouldn't quite work.
Yeah.
Not having to worry about that at all is a blessing.
Yeah. You know where at Case I see lots of puddling and flooding is down in Wildwood in the shore.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spots, and I think it's a drainage. I think those they get clogged.
It probably has to be because of your surround. Well, there's water all over the place. You have Maine. You look at down in Manayunk. They years ago they started that project about that sort of runoff diversion system that is supposed to help, but clearly doesn't.
Have you ever driven into a decent flooded area at a decent speed? I mean, it feels like you're running into a wall.
He did.
Yeah, it does.
Coming into work.
Yeah.
Well, that was not that long ago on the Schuylkill. I hit. They had it looked okay, and they had put one of those vehicles with the arrow, an emergency vehicle, saying get out of the right lane, and I did, and I went past the vehicle.
Yeah.
And I got back in the right lane. They had parked like way before, so I thought it was clear afterwards, and then I hit one of those.
Yeah.
It was like boom. I was like, whoa.
Was that the morning that the porpoise got you to the shoulder of the road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. But then there was a time I got stuck and I had to call you. Because my car was going to crap out.
The first time, and I think the only time it ever happened was I was a senior in high school driving down Bartram Avenue near Calkin Hook Road, near like Southwest Philly. And I didn't even see it coming. It's not even like I had any sort of warning. It was raining and I was going through this intersection and boom. And then it flooded the engine. and I like puttered and sputtered and then broke down on the side of the road. But at the time, there were no cell phones or anything like that. So luckily, there was like a group of houses, and I went and knocked up on this dude's door. I was like,
"You're pretty.
You're pretty. Can I use your phone?"
Need to get a snorkel on your Jeep case.
Yeah.
Would you guys ever do that? 'Cause
No.
you do have the Jeep.
No.
A lot of people, right? You have a Jeep, yes?
I do.
Right.
I do. Yeah.
I do too.
In fact, one of the worst times, I totally forgot this, and Kathy, you'll know the Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway on Long Island. I was driving down, it had rained, and there were areas that were puddling. Not a very well-lit thoroughfare, and I clearly remember this. I was going about 60.
Yeah.
I hit it. The car spun around. I was driving my mother's Pontiac Le Mans. And Preston, the car went up on 2 tires.
Whoa.
On the driver's side, I went up, spun around, was about to tip over. And it's one of those things where I think I could have read a book in the time I felt I was up on 2 tires, and then it came down on the other tires. But I was like, dear mother of God, you have no control. You're completely spinning out, and it's nighttime. So it's like, what in the hell happened? What did I hit?
Yeah. You get completely disoriented.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I don't know how bad it's going to get, but they're calling for a couple inches of rain, maybe tornadoes. I'm not really sure.
I was down at the
Tornado!
that landing restaurant in across the river from Manioc.
Love it, yeah.
I love it too, Steve. But the just watching the river go by was insane. Like it was so high and it was so rapid, and the grounds are so saturated already. Like I'm definitely concerned for like basement flooding.
We've told the story before, that years ago when there was that big snowstorm and it defrosted and it melted and it was coming down from, high up in the, up the Schuylkill. I was doing, Preston was there with WGRE days. I was going in to do the live broadcast. 96.
Yep.
I go in to the River Deck Cafe at the time. Mm-hmm. And I walk in, I'm flush to the ground of the dance floor, which goes out to the deck, which is usually high above the river.
Yeah.
And I look out at my level and I see a tree go by the deck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
There was a time, and it might have been
tornado,
where my wife's roommate, her car flooded because they were living in Manioc, and the river came up and flooded into her car, and then it froze.
Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say, same thing happened to a guy. It was in 96. It was in Manioc. It was a parking lot. It flooded, and then the water froze. I mean, you can pretty much, and the guy, it was a brand new car.
It was a sales guy, right?
Yeah. And you can pretty much kiss that car goodbye, right? I would think so. Something like that happens.
Once water hits a certain level in a car, it's considered totaled.
Wow.
And so when it freezes, it's like double secret probation.
All right. Well, it's supposed to start raining sometime
Soon.
midday. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Thank God we got that world record out of the way early.
Yes,
man.
I know.
It's crazy. If I was, if I would have made it onto the roof, I was going to get a swim spa.
Well,
and now I just have to settle for a hot tub.
Speaking of, really?
No.
Oh. Speaking of records, there's a woman out of Toronto who set a record, and she is for the loudest nose whistle.
Stop it.
Yeah.
She can control that?
She can, because she not only does she hit what is a world record of 44.1 decibels.
Do you remember our buddy? I remember on here one time we had a guest on, somebody texted, who's the nose whistle? It was Riley Cote.
Yeah.
Because his nose had been busted so many times fighting, playing hockey, and every time he breathed in, he was like, wee, 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 wee.
Got like a squeaky
Nose
door.
whistles suck when they creep up on you.
They
You're like,
do.
I can't do anything about it.
It's pretty funny, though.
It is funny. All right, I haven't heard this yet.
So her name is Lulu Lotus from Toronto.
What, Lulu Lotus?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Well, she sounds like a woman who would have a nose whistle. All right, is this just the whistle? Or
This is just the whistle, the first one, and then the second one is her whistling a song with her nose.
What?
Yes.
Stop it.
All right.
You'll hear it.
Here we go. That sounds like that's the whistling a song.
I need to see the video.
So the song that she, let's see if you can guess the song. Is it listed? Is it written there?
Hang on. This is the one that's labeled as the song.
Okay.
So let's see. All right, yeah. Let's see if Kathy can identify.
Me?
Yeah.
What song this is. All right, here we go.
I got it.
What is it?
Where to go?
Yes. That's a whole new world.
Yes.
Wow.
With her nose.
With her nose. And we're watching the video. She's actually not a creature.
No.
It looks not really just a normal person who's there. And not a lot is moving, and you're hearing the sound.
How does she whistle actual notes?
Apparently, since she was a kid, she's had this bizarre configuration. I guess maybe there's something with her septum or something.
So I'm reading Dave Grohl's biography, the storyteller's book, and he does something that I have always done as well, which is, it's not with his nose, but it is a kind of a little internal instrument.
Go ahead.
And you won't be able to hear it, but I play drum rhythms with my teeth, and I can just hear it in my head.
Like Iceman, like that?
Not audible. So my mouth closed, like I can. See, you can't really
hear it.
that.
I can hear it. I can hear that.
That's pretty awesome.
I can hear.
I don't want to hear it anymore.
That grosses you out?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's just my teeth.
You're a creature.
I don't know.
He's fine.
I don't like it either. But Dave, it really bothers me.
Dave had.
I feel it in my head. It's not my. I'm not hearing it. I'm feeling it. Oh, stop it! I can't do it. Knock that off.
That's pretty cool. Like I'm more impressed.
It's in my brain.
You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
But reading his book, he said he had gone to the dentist and they had said, "Man, your teeth are worn to the nubs
from that."
And it's from that. It's the grinding and clicking and so on. And it's. I guess maybe it's a drummer thing. Like Rochelle will see me and my fingers will be moving.
Right. Yeah.
And she'll be like, "What song are you playing?"
Oh, happy time.
And I'm like, "Well, I'm not playing a song. I'm doing Paradiddles or whatever it may be." But there's always a rhythmic thing. She used to think I was nervous.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'm banging out a rhythm. I'm playing. It's what I'm doing. But
you don't want to work. You just want to bang on your drums all day.
All day. But so that's, I can see like the nose whistle
is something.
You find this little thing that you can just kind of do to entertain yourself, and you just do it. You know?
Are you actually chapping your teeth together? Are you actually clicking them together? Or
Yeah. I could do it with my mouth open, but it wouldn't be as good, I think.
I guess.
That's probably grosser, isn't it, Kathy? You hear all the saliva sloshing.
Do you find my flugelhorn disgusting?
No.
Okay.
No.
What about beatboxing, Kathy?
Oh, no, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't beatbox. I never tried it out loud. I was too embarrassed.
Well, then do it.
We should do a show, Preston, where you're on drums and I can be on flugelhorn.
Well, you got to follow me, though. I'm the rhythm. I was actually listening to that song yesterday.
Feels so good?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Let me tell you what, dude. The guitar solo in that song is freaking awesome.
I love that album.
It's badass. If you ever get a chance to listen to "Feel So Good" by Chuck Mangione, the guitar solo in that is it's ripping. It's not like it's not distorted and shredded, but the guitar player's got to be an amazing jazz guitarist. I was just listening to that.
How about
yesterday.
that?
It's funny that we're doing.
Here
that.
I am playing it for you live.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Joe on the phones. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Preston? How are you?
Good. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, man. You were mentioning about playing drums with your teeth.
Yeah.
Like, I'll sit in a chair. My teeth are destroyed because of that. But I'll sit in the chair and just play bottom licks with my teeth.
There you go.
Can you do you think you could get enough volume for the phone to pick up? Can you try it for us? Try it.
You've probably never done it for anybody,
I mean,
Joe.
your teeth are shot, so just do it.
No.
It's a personal thing.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned it, and I'm like, hold on. I do the same exact thing. That's weird.
Yeah.
But
All right.
yeah, I don't.
Stage fright.
I don't know if I can do it. All right, thanks, buddy.
All right, thank you, Joe. I gotta go. Is that Chuck Mangione as well?
Yeah.
Hey, can you do the funny version of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game"? That's actually too good.
I know. Yeah. I love this. That's from the game, right?
Yes.
And this trombone game, which is basically Guitar Hero, but for trombone.
Oh, so much fun.
And the whole joke is that everyone sucks at it.
We rigged that up live at the camp out.
It wasn't bad.
No, it was,
I think we could get better, though.
I would like to play that game. I wish I knew what the name of that was. I'll have to find that out.
Trombone Challenge.
It was Trombone Challenge?
Yeah.
Trombone.
Trombones.
We should do Nose Whistle Challenge now. I'm surprised not one person has called in. I didn't ask.
With the nose whistle?
Yeah, I didn't ask for people to call in with nose whistles, but I thought us, merely discussing it might nose whistles unite.
I mean, so sometimes maybe you're shunned from the public because of your whistling nose. Now's your time to be celebrated.
I think they usually work late nights because they, have such an audience at the bars, and
I didn't think
they're
about
probably
that.
not up yet.
Musicians' hours.
I get drinks by whistling my nose.
Yeah. Our good friend Ra is on the phone. Ra, good morning, sir. Yeah. Legs. Ra, you are now I've heard you rap before, but you're a beatboxer as well?
Yeah, remember one of the Black Listener parties where I think that's where I won the contest because I was doing beatbox. I think it was at Showtime in One Bala.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I beatboxed Iron Butterfly and whatnot. I was
So you can do rhythm and melody at the same time.
Yeah. I've been beatboxing for forever, right?
Yeah.
So the funny thing is, I do that well past the age of a young adult, right? Do beatbox everywhere in the shower and all this other stuff. But the other thing I do is I do this all the time. It's like you do a click the bottom of your teeth, but it's in the little whatever the
little pocket
part is.
Yeah.
And you can do that and you can go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Preston does that as well.
Right? Well, I have a friend who can do cricket sounds. That's one thing I've never been able to do. And he was hilarious in college because whenever your joke would bomb, it would get quiet. He would just
that's great.
Real cricket sounds.
Oh, that's awesome.
Our friend Britt, the salesperson, used to do crickets all the time.
And that used to have me crying, man. That was and he would just sit there and not look at you. He would just do it like he wasn't doing it.
Oh, I love that. What a great idea.
Well, you can do it.
I can show you how to beatbox, dude. It's simple, especially since you have rhythm.
Yeah.
It's very easy.
Yeah, I've never played around with, there are some people that are really, really good at it. There was a local guy when we worked at Y100. His name was Scratch.
Oh, yeah.
He was phenomenal. And he could do all the, he could do the noises as if he was scratching records. And that had, you know what I'm talking about, Rob, that has audio to it, like, and yeah. That sounded like your dad's farts.
Yeah. Wasn't there a guy that was with the Roots named Scratch as well? Is that the same guy?
Might have been the same guy. Don't really know. We lost track of him.
Yeah, he was with the Roots, and it was him and a guy named Rozelle. Those two dudes were beatbox dudes, and they used to do all these those kind of sounds.
That's pretty amazing, that stuff. I mean, and a lot of those guys are actual. You have to have a good musical sense to pull that stuff off.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Ra, you ever recorded anything just for fun for yourself?
Yeah. I mean, when I was really trying to become a rapper and whatnot, I did a few, I guess what you would call more a cappella style, but, to beatbox and then you rhyme over that track, rhyme over your own beatbox track.
Yeah.
I've done that before. I've done plenty of little things like that. Yeah.
As I remember, we were going to get a Preston and Steve rap, were we not? Was that, yeah?
He did do one.
That was going to be a Preston and Steve rock song. And sadly, the band did not last.
We understand, man. We understand. Yeah.
The rest is history.
Maybe 2029, I'll get one to you.
2029 seems about right. Yeah.
But beatboxing has made it into my algorithm because I ended up following this guy right here. His name is Esco Badito. And he beatboxes with his dog.
Yeah,
which is really, really great. This is cool.
Yeah, listen to this, Ra. His dog will growl, and he'll grab the dog's face and start squeezing it, and make this sound.
Bunt, 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 bunt. Si te cayó la gorra.
God.
Oh, that's so great.
I love it.
Listen, you know when beatbox was really more popular when rap was still more pure, right?
Yeah.
Rappers were rapping about music and stuff. So I was the guy who would hold down the whole cipher, like, you know, and a cipher is a circle of rappers, right? So, like, if there were rappers that wanted to rhyme and there's no beats going on, you had to be good at beatboxing. So there was a time when rappers were really, really all about music and lyrics and less about guns and violence and all that stuff. So rappers would just love the fact that we could just start anywhere. You'd be in a park, you'd be on a sidewalk,
right?
And, you know, hold it down. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely,
So
yeah.
you're not down with the rap today. You're not a Drake guy.
Well, no, listen, I listen to all of it.
Okay.
I listen to all of it. My favorite rapper right now is a guy named JID. He used to be in a group called Earth Gang. JID, if you ever get a chance to listen to him, man, his rhyme skills are ridiculous. But you know what else can rap that I listen to is Anderson .Paak. He actually has some, and he's a drummer who sings, but he can also rap. His rap skills are crazy. So, you know, Busta's my favorite rapper, though. Busta Rhymes is my favorite.
Oh, wow. So don't we have the...
We did, but everything went away.
Oh, the really high speed.
You can reclaim that. We got it all back on our reclamation hard drive system.
What happened?
All right.
All right, man.
Ra, thanks for checking in, man. We'll talk to you, all right?
Love you guys.
Love you.
We'll see you later. All right.
We actually, I'm sorry, but we do have a lot of Busta Rhymes in our system for some reason.
Really?
I don't know why.
Oh, not in the Vox Pro in our main system.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Probably the country station.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. I don't know. Maybe some nose whistle will work its way into some Drake music.
I would love it.
For all we know.
I mean, I'm such a huge fan.
There's a champion, apparently out of Toronto, that is upper high, and he's Canadian, right? So,
she.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but so is Drake.
Oh,
right?
yes.
So maybe that'd be perfect.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We have bizarre file stories. I'm going to, you know what, since our guests are coming up next, I'll give away my last $50 Wawa gift card in conjunction with their appearance, which is coming up. Special Olympics, Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia Polar Plunge and Wawa have this event, and we'll take caller number 15 and give you a $50 Wawa gift card. Think of Wawa Catering, by the way.
Yes.
For your next corporate or social event, and look for the Wawa volunteers at Community Care Coffee Truck at this year's Polar Plunge at Citizens Bank Park on February 10th. We'll be back in just a second. Bizarre file stories on the way, too. Stay with us. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, evolutionary period of a band.
Yeah.
Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was, you know, the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out, this album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, you know, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers.
Okay.
So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just, we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, you know, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. You know, we really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night, and then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage to get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again,
Yeah.
I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer. And so just a couple of last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks. You know?
It's a little different when you're 17
Yes.
and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Yep.
Right now, like, my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them. That's cool. It's just a weird thing. And, you know, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And you know, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, you know, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, yeah, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL diagnosis, and dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they were.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the tell time. And even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length. Otherwise, it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty
ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this, I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of I guess, independent thought, I would say. And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a frontman of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000 and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well, and he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up, so that's, I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself and years ago, I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life. And I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that were in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. It's I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. It does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We have we all have the same doctor. He's kind of the he's on TV in here in Philadelphia, and he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're
something
into.
that's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of time.
All right, a couple of guests in the studio, but first this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream, the coolest on-the-go treat. You can head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Mini Melts standalone freezer and make it a Mini Melts moment. Mini Melts Ice Cream, but cooler, by the way. All right, we'll start with this. A boozed-up man who jumped into a zoo's lion enclosure.
Oh, man.
With the intention of shaking hands with the big cats.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to shake hands.
Sang the words, "Come to me, darling," as he came face-to-face with them. Guests at the zoo can be heard screaming in horror as they watch the man dive into a moat around the lion cage and then make his way through the water to the beast awaiting him on the land.
Hey, have you ever traveled through a lion's excretory system? You're about to.
The man was visiting Nehru Zoo Park in India with friends, and before the incident, they had apparently been drinking alcohol.
Of course they have.
Mukesh Kumar then spotted the lions and decided to take the 12-foot plunge into the water of the enclosure, with onlookers terrified and gasping at the shocking scenes.
Have you ever seen the water in a lion enclosure full of crap?
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
The lions seem fairly uninterested, luckily for Kumar, despite him coming face-to-face with them and reaching out his arms. Zookeepers then came to the rescue, throwing down a pole for Kumar to hold on to, and then they pulled him up. He spent the night in custody and was charged under various sections of the Wildlife Protection Act. The Diocese of Jefferson City, Missouri reports Father Ignacio Medina has been found guilty of soliciting sex with an adult during the Sacrament of Reconciliation. This is during confession.
Wow.
He's hitting on someone during confession.
Dude's got game.
And a disciplinary action for the priest is going into effect immediately.
I couldn't help but notice you didn't have a lot of sins. Maybe we can pad that.
Immediate restrictions were placed on Medina, barring him from hearing confessions and being alone with anyone.
You'd be surprised that there are some gray areas.
Other than family on church properties. He is permanently banned from those confessions. He cannot celebrate or can celebrate Mass publicly, without the explicit permission of his diocesan bishop.
Do you like latex?
He can never hold an office with the church again, and he will remain a priest of the Diocese of Jefferson City and continue to receive support as a retired priest.
But if I see you anywhere near those confessionals, buddy.
I mean, the audacity to try
you're in a world of hurt.
Pick somebody up in the middle of that.
What are you doing in there?
Revealing their soul. All right, in Georgia, this is weird. A family says one of their cars is melting away. The owner has a 2022 Honda Civic. Charles Goldberg says that the trim on his daughter's car started melting. He said, it's as if someone shot a ray gun at our car. He said last week parts of the car...
Don't blame me.
From the driver's side mirror to the front bumper to the passenger side mirror. He says the car started warping and the paint began to bubble up. He said, I'd never seen anything like this.
So it's just the paint, or is it the actual structure of the car?
He says the car started warping.
Wow.
Yeah. He said it was also warped and melting and started disintegrating. Goldberg says his daughter, Elena, brought the car home from college, and it's been sitting in the driveway of their home. And on Tuesday morning, he said, I got a text from Elena, and she went over to her car and noticed that the paint had started bubbling up. The father and daughter took the car to a local Honda dealer and spoke with a service advisor who explained
it's the new Honda Warp.
That the damage had been caused by the sun. He said the sunlight had reflected off of the house window and acted like a magnifying glass.
Wow.
Satan did a quick online search and found that the Goldbergs aren't the only ones experiencing this problem. In a few months, he found several message boards where Honda owners vented about similar issues. It's the melting Honda, one post read. According to an article posted on Honda's website in 2019, this type of damage is not covered by the warranty because the company says it's environmental. They shared with Goldberg's concerns with Honda and received a statement from a spokesperson that explained in part that the damage, though rare, is not covered by their warranty.
I mean, you can't anticipate that a car is going to be outside, right?
The Goldbergs say they aren't taking no for an answer and have filed a complaint with Honda's corporate office. The Window and Door Manufacturers Association says tens of millions of energy-efficient windows are in homes and buildings right now, and melting problems related to them are extremely rare. But I guess it can happen on occasion.
Yeah, that's wild.
All right, and then we will do one last story and wrap it up. How about this one? This is a follow-up story. 2 stray dogs who caused more than $350,000 in damage to cars at a Houston dealership are now in custody, and one of them can even be adopted now. I had this story, I think it was last week. Surveillance video caught the dogs in the act late last year. The footage shows them charging around the G Motors lot in Harris County, Texas, jumping on cars, scratching paint, and ripping car bumpers clean off with their jaws.
Right. Ripping bumpers off with their jaws.
And that's when Imran Haq, the dealership finance manager, and Gabby Fakori, the sales manager, called up Houston's animal control agency and asked for help. The pair used cages and some cat food to trap a brown pit bull, later named Dasher, and it took them a bit longer to track down his accomplice, a black dog who is yet to be named. But they eventually nabbed him just before the turn of the new year and handed him over to the city agency as well. Fear not, dog lovers. The newly imprisoned pups probably won't be behind bars for long. Medical staff have cleared Dasher, who showed no signs of aggression towards people, and now he is adoptable. His unnamed pal is safe, but still being evaluated at this point.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Ripping cars apart.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so we had mentioned earlier, courtesy of our friends from Wawa, they had some giveaways, but we were talking about the Special Olympics Polar Plunge. This is coming up at Citizens Bank Park February 9th and 10th, and I can't wait to hear the details of how they're going to pull this off at Citizens Bank Park by doing a polar plunge. And we are happy to welcome 2 people here this morning to speak about the event. We have the development director for the area of the Special Olympics, Mr. John Blitzer, who is here. And we have Special Olympian Kelly Unenganst, who is here, too. Good morning. Did I get your name right, Kelly? Is it Unenganst?
It's Kelly Unenganst.
Oh, I wasn't anywhere near correct on that.
Not even in the ballpark.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, so John, I mentioned that it's going to be at Citizens Bank Park, February 9th and 10th. How are you guys doing a polar bear plunge at the Citizens Bank Park?
That's a natural first question I think most people would ask. I've had people say, do you bus people over to the Schuylkill River? And I said, no, we can't possibly get insurance that would cover that. So no, what we do is on February 10th especially, we have 2 above-ground pools we set up. And that sounds kind of like your summer backyard, but it's a lot more than that. We have some elaborate staging. We have a live DJ. We have MCs. We have backyard games. We have a whole plunge town full of cool activities. And most importantly, and I can't stress this enough to you and your listeners, the actual plunge starts on February 10th at 12 noon.
Okay.
Gates open at 9 a.m., including Lot S at Citizens Bank Park, if you see where I'm going with that. So we don't officially sanction tailgating. That's not something we would do.
Oh, no, not at all.
But we would love to have people that perhaps have experience doing that come and add something to our event.
Yeah, that's nice. So I've done the polar plunge before, and it's really a lot of fun, and those non-sanctioned tailgating aspects are a lot of fun. So there's a lot of activity leading up to the plunge. So that's cool. So how deep are we talking? These are 5-foot pools?
They're kind of the sweet spot. They're about 4 feet deep, about 18 feet wide. So these are not like little kiddie pools. These are full pools. So they're deep enough that it's a safe thing. We would certainly prefer people not dive in head first, though I'm not going to tell you that's never happened.
Right. Well, I'll tell you one thing that does happen if you're doing it that way. If you can just jump, when I did it, you walked out. So you're walking out and you go into the depths. This, you're kind of jumping in and you're already ready to go.
Yeah, it's pretty much. We do 8 of these statewide in different places.
Okay.
For here in Philly, along with our friends in Pittsburgh, we do it outside Pittsburgh. They do it outside Acrisure Stadium. We do it outside Citizens Bank Park.
All right.
So instead of that nice, slow kind of easing in and feeling it, you're kind of like there, and you are absolutely just going to get that instant shock of cold.
Okay.
And you're doing it for an amazing cause. That's the best part.
It's an amazing cause, but I hate this. Like, there's no way I can do it. But if I were to do it, it would be the jumping in route. Steve, the walking in thing, forget it, man. I'd never be able to do that.
The day I did it, it was 20 degrees, 19, 20 degrees. And, it's the odd thing is that once you're in it, this is an optimum condition for anyone, but it's not as bad as you might think. It's it's okay. You can do it. They don't like you to go over your heart, the cold water over your heart, but otherwise you're good.
Now, Kelly, have you done it?
Yes, this is my second year of doing it.
Oh my goodness! Nice. And the first time you did it,
my first time I didn't know what was going on, and a lot of athletes from Philadelphia and Delaware County asked me to jump in first, and I did, and I said okay, and I jumped in, and I was the first one to jump in.
Oh my goodness!
So you set the standard.
And it was like in the 50 degrees. It wasn't that cold. It wasn't that cold this year.
And you were okay with it? Or?
Yeah, well, I was okay. I loved it. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
So Kelly, you have a team for Special Olympics. I have a team for Team WMMR, and John told me yesterday that you've already done a really good job at fundraising.
Yes,
what's the name of your team?
Our team is Region 6, Philadelphia, and any athlete, anybody can join Chester, Philadelphia, Bucks,
Montgomery,
and Delaware County.
Okay.
But
especially Delaware County, right?
Definitely, especially.
Oh, you're Delco?
Yeah. Oh, that's Delco, baby. Yeah.
Yes. Where do you go to school? Where do you go to school?
I went to school. I graduated in 2008. I went to Sun Valley High School.
Nice. That's where Dave McGrogan went.
Nice. Go Sun Valley.
Now you're
Delco.
You're a Special Olympian. What is your event? What do you participate in?
My events are Global Master.
Okay.
Athlete representative and captain of the Plunge team, and I've been in for about 14 years of Special Olympics, and I've been playing basketball, softball, soccer, floor hockey, flag football, and bowling.
Do you have any gold medals?
Yes, I got a ton of gold medals. a ton of mixture, like fourth place, third place.
Okay.
Second place and first place. I got a ton of mixture in
You
my
do it
room.
all. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Definitely.
So, John, by the way, there's got to be a registration fee, stuff like that. What are some of the particulars about this?
Absolutely. So the place to go for all the information on this event is phillyplunge.org. I know you guys have been promoting it, and we appreciate that. At phillyplunge.org, when you get there, if you click register, you're going to find a couple different options. And one of them is, we call it Too Chicken to Plunge.
Mm-hmm.
You can register, you can fundraise, you don't have to plunge.
Oh, that's me.
There you go. So we have something for everyone at the Philadelphia Polar Plunge. And so basically, if you register, I always like to say, there are a lot of fundraisers, but we put the fun in fundraising with this event. But why are we there? We're doing this crazy thing that needs to become a Philadelphia tradition, right? But we are there to support athletes like Kelly and 13,000 athletes across the state of Pennsylvania. That's who we're supporting by doing this crazy fun event.
So raising the funds, is this to help organize the Olympics themselves?
So basically, we do a lot year round. Mm-hmm. We provide, like Kelly mentioned, she's a global messenger. So that's part of our athlete leadership program. So the core of everything we do, of course, is sports and competition, but we do more than that. Mm-hmm. There's year-round training and competition, but we're also talking about health education, interscholastic activities through our Unified Champion Schools program. So the money we raise through all of our events year-round goes to supporting all of those athletes, regardless of where they're from or their circumstances or their challenges. That's why we're here, and that's why we do fun events like the Plunge.
Awesome. And Nick, you're going to be there?
I am, yeah. So I'm a team captain for Team WMMR, and we'd love to have you be a part of that. If you go to the website that John mentioned, you can, and the hashtag is Freezing for a Reason. You can look for Team WMMR and sign up for our team, or you can also sign up for Kelly's team, which we would love as well, and help Kelly raise some money because Kelly's done a great job thus far, and we want to just boost the numbers.
Hey, question about Special Olympics. Because I don't know when they take place and where they take place. Does it move around? Is it regional? How do you guys work?
Great question. So we actually do a lot throughout the year. Basically, Special Olympics goes all the way up to international games, different events every couple of years throughout the world. Then it kind of comes down to North America. North America has its own competitions every year. So here in Pennsylvania, we're focused on statewide Pennsylvania. That's where Kelly and I are from today, Special Olympics Pennsylvania. So we do everything from local competitions right here in the Philadelphia area up to regional, and then we have our 4 big statewide events a year. Closest to home here for us, our Fall Festival at Villanova University, the largest student-run Special Olympics event in the world.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and so again, when we do a polar plunge in February, we're ultimately supporting the programming and the training and the coaching and the uniforms and the transportation, all of those amazing things that allow athletes like Kelly to do what she does and inspire all of us.
So right now your goal is 575,000, and you're just shy of 150,000 now. So there's some ground to cover.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Go ahead, Kelly. You want to say something about that? You want to get people fired up?
Yeah. Yeah, they come on and join us and raise us some money and help us support Special Olympics, our nonprofit program.
I love it.
Well said.
Love it. SpecialOlympicsPA.org. And you got a little bit of time to get your fundraising underway because the event is going to be on the 10th. But there's something that's going on the 9th. There's like a get-together, a lunch, I think, right?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah.
So, I know my friend Mike Gemp was in here earlier talking about the Philly Black Tie Auto Show Gala.
Yeah.
If you wear a tuxedo to that, and then you register for our Philadelphia Business Lunch and Plunge on Friday, February 9th. That's sort of our version of a black tie, except in our version, you plunge wearing your black tie attire.
That's awesome.
Or whatever you'd like to wear. But we do have people that traditionally actually do that full business suit, sometimes shoes, sometimes not. It is super fun. So it's Friday, February 9th. That registration is also available at phillyplunge.org. That one, because of the nature of the event, it's a slightly higher registration fee, and then we ask the people fundraise a minimum of $1,500 to support our athletes.
All right.
But it's an incredible event. We do a networking lunch first, and then this year, and this is the big one for the Business Plunge, and we thank the Phillies for giving us approval for this. It took 3 years.
Yeah, that's really cool.
The Business Plunge pool will be on the field on the third baseline for the VIP event. So we're
excellent.
super stoked for that.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
That's a once-in-a-lifetime experience there.
All right, so SpecialOlympicsPA.org to donate or create your own event. But if you want to support Nick's Team WMMR, you can do that through WMMR.com, and you can also find Kelly's team as well.
Yeah, Region 6.
Region 6.
Yeah,
Region 6, Philadelphia Region Athlete Team.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Hey, Kelly, good luck to you. Thanks for coming by here. It was really great to meet you.
Preston, thank you, everybody, for inviting me to 93.3 and Rock, MMR Rock. And thank you so much for supporting us and try to spread the word.
All right.
You did a great job.
Thank you. Good luck with everything. John and
Thank
Kelly.
you so
Let's
much.
hear it for them, guys. Yes. Very cool. And at the ballpark. That's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we will take a break, and when we get back, we'll get to lesson question, trash, and music news. You know that deal. Stay with us.
Ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself.
Yep.
There's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band and to come out and do that with you guys is what is that? The 25th, September 25th.
Correct. Yep.
I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, this. I'm in the bonus round.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes,
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask. So every Tuesday we do a thing. It's called Tattoo Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, I mean, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
I mean, in fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, I mean, it was on 10 years ago. I mean, it's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes. Right. But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Like they thought it was
just now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my God,
Josh! I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah. There's
a shop.
Yep. Yeah, one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is he's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country. Yep. So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
right.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I'll the rabbit in the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you want to know something funny about this? Do you see this?
Oh, yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Okay,
and the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanctioned.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh yes.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro, guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like,
what's
whoa!
that? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari, after 10 years together, sources tell E.T., that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
It's
Psoriasis.
Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya, Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah. Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please, keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite thing.
It's a terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman, and then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please, keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like... My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube. Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn. You get it? Finish him.
I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Gath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is PA. Hey, this morning, 10:34, the Preston and Steve show. I love getting texts like this because I love this when it happens to me. It says, hey, I just love when you go from the car to the store and MMR is on in the store and you don't miss a beat.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this texter says, C&M Sporting Goods in Havertown, PA is always rocking MMR. You know those guys, Case?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I was there last week and they were playing MMR. In fact, Preston, oh, man, I don't remember the woman's name, but she'd... Gertrude said, hey, you were talking to a comedian. Who was that? And she's like, and so she was talking about resetting. And I said, you know what? I need to do a better job of resetting our comedians.
Yeah.
And so when we had Pete Lee in studio on Friday, I wrote a little note to you, Preston, saying, hey, reset, let our listeners know that Pete Lee's on. So that is thanks to C&M Sporting Goods.
There you go.
And this texter says, can you shout, shart, or schwoohoo them in some way? Thank you. P.S. Casey, it's raining in Delco. So that's what they wrote.
No, it never rains in Delco.
So do we want to do a... I wonder if it was a misspell with a schwoohoo or if they did that on purpose. I think they did it on purpose.
I've never heard of a schwoohoo.
Schwoohoo! I guess it's a playoff of shart. So
it's raining in Montco as well.
It is?
Yeah.
And it's raining in Philadelphia.
So just so and up to the second update where the heaviest is going to start in the 2 o'clock range.
Yeah.
And will continue for a couple of hours so that the more problematic aspect of your after or your evening rush will be in the early part of your evening rush.
Do you think we should take tomorrow off?
I think it was.
That's a good
I don't think that's enough.
The rest of the week?
I think the month should get us safely
through it.
Yeah.
With a caution.
I like the way you guys think.
And by the way, I sent most of you guys, I sent this person on Instagram had maximized their amount of time off this year.
Oh, yeah.
With the minimum amount of days that you would have to. But I didn't count how many actual days they took off.
Because they took it around holidays and weekends.
Wait a minute.
So
Yeah.
I glanced at it and it was immediately confused, so I didn't spend any time with it. What was it again?
It's, for instance, it said, like, take off January, 2nd through the 5th. And you end up having like a 12-day weekend, and you take off, and so it was throughout the entire year.
You're using like holidays around it, and you're using what the company holiday would be, and so you're getting the
That's what we try to do here. Sometimes if there's a holiday weekend with a Monday off, say, maybe we'll take Friday off and make a 4-day weekend out of it. I think that's a great approach.
And you burn the stuff off, and you get a little extra bang for your buck.
Yep. What is this here?
That's too long of an article.
Okay, I'm not going to read it. Hold on a minute.
Hold the phone.
We have Tom from CM Sports in Havertown is on the line right now. Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston and Steve and Casey. I just wanted to get thank you for the shout out, much appreciated.
Yeah.
But wanted to get the clarification of the woman's name. The woman's name is Amy.
Amy. It was not Gertrude.
So Gertrude is Amy.
Okay.
Gertrude is Amy, correct.
All right. Can you please now, as a nickname, refer to her as Gertrude?
Always.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, real quick, are you guys hiring? I'm asking for my son.
We are always taking applications.
Yes.
Okay. Always
that means no.
Tom, thanks for having us on in the shop. We appreciate it.
Love you guys.
I love you too. See
Thanks,
you, man.
Tom.
All right. We should do today's lesson question. We're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show. We had Mike Gemp in earlier.
Bring out the Gemp.
Yep.
Bring out the Gemp. The auto show's in town.
And the question that I will ask is this. Andrew Garfield won't be playing the monster in the next Frankenstein movie. Instead, he'll do which other Frankenstein project?
You're idiots.
215-263-WMMR. Andrew Garfield won't be playing the monster in in the next Frankenstein movie and said he'll do which other Frankenstein project. 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by What a Crock. Delicious home-cooked meals designed for your slow cooker and shipped directly to your doorstep. No prep, mess, or stress required. Visit whatacrock.com to see what's cooking. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, boxer Ryan Garcia proudly announcing he's the father of a new baby. He did this on X. He did this at the same time he made it known that he's leaving the mother of his newborn child. Garcia explained the timing, saying it has always been a dream of his to pay child support.
Oh, my God.
Joe Jonas rebounding from his split from Sophie Turner with former Miss Teen USA Stormy B. Jonas admits he believed he might never find love again, and then there it was waiting for a school bus.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Nigel Lithgow is removing himself from this season of So You Think You Can Dance, saying claims of sexual assault against him would remove focus on the show. Lithgow says not to despair, though. He still plans on committing sexual assaults. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Looking for an answer to the question. Andrew Garfield won't be playing the monster in the next Frankenstein movie. Instead, he'll do which other Frankenstein project? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to caller David. Hey, David.
Hi.
All right, buddy. So which project will Andrew Garfield be doing?
Boom Boom Frankenstein?
Yes. Boom Boom Frankenstein. Hang on, Dave. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show at the BA Convention Center, January 13th to the 21st. New cars, classics, customs, everything in between. You can come and find what fuels you. Tickets are on sale now at PhillyAutoShow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by CSB Media Arts Center. Trained for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media, marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Visit GoCSB.com. That's GoCSB.com. Casey, can you see if these clips are available for this particular... What the hell are they doing with my clip?
What the hell?
The hell?
Are you... Oh.
They're Geddy Lee clips.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
There they are.
And just make sure that they're over. So I didn't check ahead.
Be a dear, won't you?
I apologize.
We got them.
I'll start with this. All right, we'll get to those in a moment. The Who announced the lineup for the 2024 Teenage Cancer Trust shows at Royal Albert Hall in London, with some of the best bands, musicians, and comedians performing, and that will include The Who and Squeezed March 24th. The event runs for several straight nights, with proceeds going towards providing treatment and support for young people with cancer. Now, it's co-produced by Roger Daltrey, who, after 24 years of hosting the Teenage Cancer Trust, will be stepping down as its curator. Daltrey will continue his role of honorary patron in that. Thought this was fun. Metallica's marching band competition. The marches on. Time marches on. The winners have been announced.
Oh, very cool. I think this is a great idea from the beginning.
So they were performing Metallica songs, and they had to make their decisions, and they had a qualified panel of judges who were in the marching band industry. And so they were awarding separate cash prizes that go towards purchasing instruments for these groups, which
wonderful.
I think is really cool. So in the college Division I, $75,000 prize goes to Auburn University. In college divisions 2 and 3, a $40,000 prize goes to Eastern New Mexico University. In the large high schools, a $15,000 prize went to Dobbins Bennett High School. That's in Kingsport, Tennessee. And the medium high school, there was a tie for Bourne High School in Bourne, Texas, and Malvern High School in Malvern, New York. And they win $15,000 each. The small high school $15,000 prize went to Oakton High School in Vienna, Virginia. This is a great contest idea. And then they had fan favorites, and they each got $10,000 in prizing.
It's a lot of money they're giving away.
It is. It's a bunch.
Yeah.
And so Auburn University got the fan favorite, as well as Dobbins Bennett High School in Kingsport, Tennessee. So they continue to do some really cool charitable contributions and just all good stuff. So I love
promotional stuff.
I love the fact that they did that. That's really cool. All right, and then we have a couple of clips we're going to play from Geddy Lee. And I haven't heard these yet. And this first one talks about inappropriate drummers.
So after Neil died, he said he's making the point that people didn't wait nary a day or two before they were submitting, their tapes to say.
Oh,
and so. But he was, he's with a kind of tongue in cheek about how quickly they were on it.
All right, here's a clip from that.
Oh yeah, I heard from all kinds. That was a very weird moment. I can't even imagine. Yeah. My little black book got filled up really quickly.
People you thought were friends. People,
yeah. I was like, whoa, that's just so inappropriate right now. Dude, wait 2 months.
Right.
At least 2 months.
Yeah.
If ever.
It was 4 years ago, just the other day. I think it was yesterday. It was Sunday, yeah. 4 years ago that Neil had passed. And then the last clip is him talking about people are reaching out again.
Well, there's sort of, I believe, are we clear? They're intimating that they're going to perhaps tour.
Yeah, they said that it's possible that some type of thing might happen.
Nothing concrete.
Definitely with Alex and Getty, and maybe it is a Rush vibe within you bring in. Here's what I don't see, and I gave you guys my personal take. I don't see them getting a musical writing partner out of this.
No.
I don't see new Rush material. I see them maybe touring or having shows here and there as a celebration of the music, and maybe a variety of different drummers sub in to play what their all-time favorite drummer
So
plays.
as a lifelong fan, you wouldn't have a problem with that, right? So somebody who is weaned and in fact idolized Neil Peart and capable sitting behind the kit, helping people enjoy that music live.
Yeah, the reverence that is held in the drumming community for Neil would warrant something like that. I couldn't see many people having a real problem with it.
Right.
But if to carry on and bring in a new lyricist and musician, yeah, I could see people.
What if
having
the
an issue
drummer
with
was
that.
Meg White?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
All right, here's a clip of him talking about people reaching out again.
Yeah, it still happens, now that, the clickbait freaks are out there talking about Alex and I getting a new drummer and starting Rush again,
So we'll see what they end up doing with it. But nonetheless, I saw some clips from the Bubba Bash that was over the weekend at the Keswick Theater. It was really cool. Very cool. Love that tribute. All right, and with that being our last music news segment, we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we're wrapping up the show and also giving away our Tattoos Day for today. So if you haven't done that yet, this is the last chance. Text word tattoo 39333, Floating World Tattoo and Piercing on South Street. And we'll get the letter of the day as well. Stay with us. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
Your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah. And I remember it because of the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge, hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or on ordering pizza?
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba, wubba, wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's a mores. Slav.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing.
Yep. Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Did
I don't know. I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, honey grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. Mm-hmm. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef for melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon?
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You, Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates.
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so, I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
Marcy Playground on 93.3 WMMR 10:54 a.m. on this Tuesday morning. Putting this one in the books. The wet stuff, the heavier wet stuff is coming in. Making its way a little bit more towards the afternoon, and the winds are supposed to pick up. And they're talking about heavy rain, obviously, which caused some flood, but wind damage too. So
yes.
I know that the shore they were calling for like 65-mile-an-hour gusts. I mean, that's
Tornado!
Tornado! That's hefty. So hang in there while we go through this together. I would like to thank everybody on today's program. It's been a full one, a fun one. Thank you to Mike Gemp of the Philadelphia Auto Show.
Gemp.
Yep, he stopped by.
Out the Gemp.
And let us know about all the things. Auto Show is going to be January 13th to the 24th, Pennsylvania Convention Center. Give some more tickets to give away. We'll do that over the next couple days, hopefully. But PhillyAutoShow.com, if you want to be a part of the Black Tie Tailgate, that's on Friday. And the nurses at CHOP, they're raising funds for that. And it's just a great event. And it's one of those top of the line things that takes place here in Philadelphia.
And he said more concept cars this year, which is always a blast.
I would like to thank Philadelphia Flyers Scott Lawton for being on the show this morning. He was promoting the fact that it's Pride Night tomorrow night, special game. They do special themes throughout the season, and this is one that's important to him. It is at 7 o'clock against the Canadiens, and we talked about trades and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
And Scott's a super nice guy.
What's going on?
Great to have him on. And then thank you to our 2 representatives this morning of Special Olympics Pennsylvania. We had John Blitzer, who came by, and then Kelly, and I'll mess up her name again. I said it was like Unagast?
Unangst.
Unangst.
Yeah. A hard U and then N followed by angst.
All right.
Unangst.
And Kelly's awesome. She is a Special Olympian, and the Polar Plunge is coming up February 9th and 10th at the ballpark, and you can go to SpecialOlympicsPA.org for information. You can join Team WMMR, which Nick is the captain of, and support that as well. You can either actually go down and be a part of it or just donate.
Yes.
If you're like me and don't want to jump in really cold water.
What they call the chicken thing?
Yeah, there's a chicken out thing where you can even become a fundraiser as well and not actually have to do the event. So I like that idea. And thank you to Wawa for dropping off all the good food. They are the sponsor of that event, of the Special Olympics. Oh, and by the way, the Polar Plunge is happening at Citizens Bank Park, which is pretty wild on how they've got that set up. So we thank those guys for coming by here today and for feeding us this morning and all the gift cards that we gave away through the course of the morning. Pierre is here.
Heyo.
I would like to commend you and the elves on a job well done. The cleanup was pretty complete, it looked like.
No, it's not done. You haven't been in the studio.
I haven't been in the studio, no. Okay.
No, there's S everywhere.
All right. Well, thank you for cleaning our area first.
I actually wanted them to clean the studio first, to be honest, because these studios are filthy.
Yeah.
And they don't have a cleaning service that comes in. I mean, this studio, were you to go, you have speakers hanging and monitors hanging all over, were you to take the white glove thing onto any of those, there would be an inch of filth on your. And I mean, I'm pretty messy, but I'm not dirty. I'm disorganized but clean, if that makes any sense. And I really know how to clean. And these studios have levels of ingrown dust. And yours only gets used 5 or 6 hours a day. Ours gets used, all day long. and and there's grime and grut everywhere. So, and when they start, I just have them like do a little dusting, and then all the crap comes down onto the lower levels. So it's been a while since we've worn masks, but I actually get a mask out because there's so much dust flying in there.
Always start at the top when you're cleaning. Start at the top and work your way down.
That's what I always
All
say.
that. What did you call it? You didn't call it crud. What did you say?
Grut.
All that grut comes down.
Yeah. Groveling and grut.
All right. Well, good luck with the cleaning, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Shall we do the letter?
I think.
All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
L as in love.
Oh, nothing but love. And we have, by the way, a weekend with the Flyers. Pair of tickets, lower level seats, by the way, for the game on the 20th against the Avalanche, and then the game on the 21st against the Senators. And you can get tickets for any Flyers game at PhiladelphiaFlyers.org. Pierre, before we find out what you have up on the show today, it is Tattoos Day. We need to award someone a prize, and that winner is Colleen Truesdale from Willow Grove, Pennsylvania. And Colleen, congratulations to you. We'll give you a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And, of course, you can find Floating World Tattoo and Piercing 1729 South Street in Philly. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So, on your show today, what can we expect?
Well, we'll have Third Eye Blind tickets to give away over at the FM Center on July 12th. It goes on sale on Friday. We've got Van Halen in honor of the 1984 album being released 40 years ago today.
Oh, my God. God, I remember that. They released it on New Year's Eve. And I remember waiting up, and that's when or maybe they didn't release the album, but that's when they debuted the Jump video. I was waiting all night on MTV for that to come on. And you're telling me that was 40 goddamn years ago?
1984. And, dude, Jump won Friday Night Video Fights. It was like the reigning champion for weeks and weeks and weeks. That and the Reflex were two of the longest reigning champions.
There's a marvelous little synthesizer opening that precedes Jump. I can't remember the name of the song now.
I think it's called 1984.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's 1984, and that goes right into Jump.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely play that by so many great songs.
I rank that album as what I call a perfect album just because there's not a stinker on the lot.
Right.
From beginning to end, I love that album.
No
man.
stinkers.
Yeah, some albums have a stinker or two.
Yeah.
And that one does not, in my humble
wade
opinion.
through the stinkers to get to the flowers.
That's right.
That's my new book. Now,
just have to write it.
I'm going on Kelly and Regis Ann next week to talk about it.
All right.
We've got Dave Matthews in honor of his birthday today, and he's 57 today.
Reach, I couldn't help but notice that you're dead.
You said Dave Grohl. Did you?
I know. I don't know what the hell it's called, but she always is changing partners.
No. The artist is Dave Matthews.
Dave
not
Matthews, not Dave Grohl.
Yeah, Dave
did
Matthews.
I say that?
Yeah.
No, I thought you were talking about my Kelly thing. Did I say Dave Grohl?
It's all right.
You did.
Well, you never know what you're going to say, and that's why you got to stay tuned.
That's right.
All right?
You never know what you're going to say.
Because
on the Pierre Robert program.
when you're smoking what I've been smoking, you're just going to fly a plane to the ice cones.
Yeah.
All right? So we've got
majestic ice cones.
the majestic ice cones.
Said it all, man.
They're so beautiful this time of year.
Yeah.
Dave Matthews has a birthday today, and Jimmy Page has a birthday today.
Yes,
Block
he
of Led
does.
Zeppelin.
I motion for adjournment, guys.
Second.
I crashed the plane.
All right, I'm going to thank our sponsors. The President Steve Show is brought to you by Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also, Meineke Car Care. You won't pay a lot, but you will get a lot tomorrow on our program. We'll go live on Fox Good Day. We'll have a secret text word, and we'll whisk ourselves off to the ice cones of
Yes, Bratislava.
tomorrow morning. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.